Welcome to the second day of the AGS Symposium, Geography 2050, Towards a More Equitable Future. My name is Robin Lyshenko. I'm a geographer at Rutgers University, and I'm also a member of the AGS Council. I'm also one of the many organizers of today's symposium. We hope you enjoyed yesterday's opening day. Before we begin today, if you haven't already, please make sure to go to the quiz section of the Geography 2050 website and take today's quiz. Let me now recognize our long-term partners. And then I would also like to recognize our sponsors. Today is a very full day for the symposium. This includes a wonderful keynote, which I'll introduce in a moment. We also have two panel discussions, several spotlights and lightning talks, as well as a book review. We also have thoughts from one of our esteemed colleagues who will be awarded the Melaman Medal on Thursday. So just a few highlights that I wanted to specifically mention. There's a very interesting panel called From Global Megatrends to Local Divides, Advancing Equity at Every Scale. I also wanted to note a spotlight session called Putting People with Disabilities on the Map, with emphasis on deaf and hard of hearing people. That's by Dr. Karen Solomon. Our book review today features Dr. John Stalen as he discusses his book, Cyclescapes of the Unequal City, Bicycle Infrastructure and Uneven Development. And then just one of our lightning talks that I wanted to note, Supporting Equity in Participatory Natural Resource Management by Ellie Nasser Azandani. So also one more reminder, don't forget to donate. And then finally, let me introduce Dr. Karen Chappell. Karen Chappell is the inaugural director of the School of Cities at the University of Toronto, where she also serves as professor in the Department of Geography and Planning. She is Professor Emerita of City and Regional Planning at the University of California, Berkeley, where she served as department chair and held the Carmen P. Frisson Chair in Urban Studies. Dr. Chappell studies inequalities in the planning, development, and governance of regions in the United States and Latin America, with a focus on economic development and housing. Dr. Chappell's keynote is titled, Advancing Equitable Development in an Era of Climate Displacement. We can very much look forward to hearing her comments on this critical topic today. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Cities around the world are experimenting with ways to develop that are more equitable and inclusive. We've shown that at least at a small scale, it's possible to enact some redistributive policies from living wages to free community college to affordable housing. But just as we try to scale up these policies, we're about to hit a new challenge, displacement related to climate change. This is taking place in multiple forms: extreme heat, flooding, drought, wildfires, and more. Estimates are that 40 million people were displaced by these disasters just last year. The latest World Bank estimates on internal climate migration suggest that by 2050, the numbers will reach 216 million each year due to slow onset climate change impacts from water scarcity, from low crop productivity, and sea level rise. There'll also be less livability from heat stress, extreme events, and land loss. So sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and Latin America will be the hardest hit. The estimates are for internal migration only, but many, if not most, will try to move outside their country if border regulations permit. We just don't know which countries will be welcoming them. The Internal Displacement Monitoring Center adds the dimension of conflict to those numbers, pointing out that in addition to the millions displaced by climate, about 1/3 more will be displaced by political conflict, and a lot of that will be related to climate as well. Adding to this are the economic costs. Numerous studies, including this one out of Berkeley and Stanford, have established the economic losses that will be suffered primarily in the global south. as a recent New York Times series asked, where will those displaced by climate go? By and large, I would argue, they will go to cities. 70% of the world's population will be in cities by 2050. History has shown that those who are displaced tend to go to cities where there's more economic opportunity and where chances are they have social networks. By and large, they will go to the cities that are cooler. And as this map shows, the places that don't need air conditioning are largely in the global north. This is an enormous challenge for coming decades. By 2050, cities are going to have to learn how to accommodate millions of newcomers. And this is going to require new thinking about equitable development, or how to address inequality and increase opportunity on a very large scale. We already know from Sally Angel's work at NYU that urban expansion or sprawl is how most regions are developing. Most of the new residents will move to the periphery of cities. But most opportunity lies at the center of cities, at the region's core. So we're also going to have to think through what will happen as the core redevelops. It's important to see this in historical perspective. Beginning in the 1950s, we started remaking our cities. And even though there were some successes, it was the failures that have resonated. This is the construction of the Cross Bronx Expressway, which displaced thousands of low-income residents and divided the community. The Digital Scholarship Lab at the University of Richmond estimates that 300,000 families, or about 1 million people, were displaced between 1950 and 1966 by urban renewal. 1 million more were displaced by the construction of interstate highways. Urban renewal and interstate highways are the most prominent examples of displacement, but it's important to note that displacement can occur in many different forms. This chart comes from an early study, 1978, of displacement commissioned by HUD in a climate of increasing awareness of the impacts of displacement. What's important to note here is the variety of factors behind displacement, including not just private sector actions like raising the rent, but many different forms of public action. The public sector building public institutions or enforcing building codes. And of course, natural disaster has always played a role in displacement. So everything we do today to remake our cities has to deal with this legacy of urban renewal. We understand now that neighborhoods were traumatized by government actions. Communities still do not trust the public sector. Psychologist Mindy Fullilove has described this in her book on root shock. Fast forward to today, and we are reliving this as we try to do climate mitigation in our cities. Across North America, we're trying measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And to do this, we build new parks, we put in new bikeways, we build new transit lines. And communities feel like these new investments are displacing them. We've studied this. Let me talk about our initial research on climate displacement. So we did a review here of about 400 studies on climate change and displacement impacts. So imagine all the standard sources of displacement pressures that low-income communities face. Now add to that new pressures from climate mitigation measures. before jumping into some numbers, let's think about for a moment what's different about climate displacement. So I'm going to outline just a few ways that climate displacement brings a new and different set of issues to deal with. One issue is solastalgia. That's place attachment. So communities that are displaced by climate are particularly prone to suffer from this sense of loss because their places are usually gone forever. Policies play a role here. So countries will differ in how they approach the new climate migrants and how they structure their immigration quotas, and then how at the same time they're dealing with climate mitigation in their own countries. In the case of climate displacement, there's a special north-south-north dynamic. So unlike previous waves of immigration, we're now talking about a movement that is mostly from developing countries in the global south to advanced industrial nations in the north. We need to consider here also mental health impacts that are particular to climate crises. We're already seeing this in some ways with the pandemic, how these crises quickly create mental health crises as well. There are cultural tensions. Receiving communities often do battle over cultural issues, and conflicts can become quite violent as migrants are forced to integrate. There's also issues of species migration, not just the human species, but all types of species. And it may become necessary to manage different species to prevent biodiversity loss at the same time as we're dealing with climate migration from humans. And finally, there's a set of imaginaries that are really affecting the narratives out in the world about climate displacement. And I'd like the example of zombie fiction because it's one that an image that many are using. Across the arts and humanities, we're seeing a number of different storytelling approaches. And zombie fiction is one of the most terrifying, with images of everyone fending for themselves in the middle of a climate crisis. So many cities are adapting to climate change. Many are in deep conversations or actually taking actions. So this visual is from a C40 Cities report with McKinsey, describing all the actions cities can take, from assessing and accounting for risk, to developing insurance systems, to issuing green bonds, and making a series of physical inventions like street trees and flood barriers. Cities are already pursuing a lot of this agenda, but what's missing from this conversation is a discussion of the real impacts on people of taking these measures. So impacts on the existing communities where these interventions are taking place, and then impacts on the communities to come, because we have to accommodate extensive future growth in our cities at the same time as we're doing this adaptation. We did a study measuring the unintended consequences of climate change mitigation in California. California is investing in many different ways, using cap and trade revenues and other bond financing to fund parks, to fund transit, to fund active transportation. We looked at these investments, and then we looked at how many households got displaced by them. We compared investment neighborhoods to control neighborhoods. When we looked at this impact, we found that there were slight impacts of transit and parks and active mobility investments, particularly on low and very low income groups. So you can see here our investment communities in the lighter green, and the out-migration rate among these groups is typically about 1% higher than it is in neighborhoods without these investments. So impacts are actually very slight enough that we could actually mitigate them. You could house the displaced folks from a new park investment or new transit investment by building a mid-size apartment building. We were surprised by this, actually. Local communities always organize to stop these investments because they fear massive displacement. They're right, there is displacement. There is new churn that happens with these new investments, but there isn't massive displacement. Another study we did was of the impact of fires on displacement. Here we found, and this is the famous case of the Camp Fire in Paradise in 2018, which killed 84 people. We found in this study that after fire, people dispersed all over the country, but most, about 90%, stay close to home. In this case, most moved to the nearby community of Chico. People move to cities for opportunities and for housing. One analogy people are making about climate migration today is to the great northern migration of Blacks from the South, 6 million in 60 years. Remember, though, that we are now talking about hundreds of millions of people, some fraction of which will be able to cross the borders of their countries to go north. Another important point to consider when making this analogy is that at the time of the Great Migration, we had tremendous job growth in cities. We had manufacturing growth. We had a war machine at work. And we had new mechanisms to build and finance housing construction at scale in new subdivisions with VA financing, for example. We no longer have job and housing growth at this scale that will accommodate these newcomers, the new climate migrants. So let's think about how this might play out in two different urban and institutional contexts. Let's think about San Francisco in the United States and Toronto in Canada. Both have affordable housing crises right now, driven in part by the rapid growth of tech jobs. Both have extensive nonprofit networks to deal with the issues of refugee resettlement and immigrant incorporation. But both have rapidly rising land costs at the core that are driving sharp housing price increases throughout the region. In both areas, immigrants head for the suburbs, but jobs and opportunity are still concentrated downtown. So there will be a pressing need to build more social housing in the core and expand transit networks for accessibility. This is going to be a tremendous challenge for both cities that will require significant intervention from the federal and state governments. So in the end, arguably, this is going to be an issue not just for cities, but for entire countries. And in this particular case, I predict that the politics at the national level will be very challenging in the United States. Canada, in contrast, has declared its commitment to housing millions of new immigrants in the years to come. And it also has a funding system at the provincial and national level that ensures that both healthcare and public schools will be supported as they grow. So in the case of large-scale climate migration to these cities, we can expect more division in the United States and possibly more opportunity in Canada. I'd like to conclude by offering some ideas about what we can do at the local level, since so much has to take place at the state and federal level. So here's a tool we produced from our unintended consequences study. We're looking here at a map of out-migration rates. More yellow means more people moving out. And we're looking at out-migration in relation to climate mitigation investments made in the San Francisco Bay Area. Remember I said that impacts in our study were quite slight, but communities still fight attempts to mitigate climate change. What if they could see for themselves what impacts are likely to be? What if they could help co-create the mitigations? And what if they could help co-create space in their communities to accommodate the newcomers that we are going to have to make room for? We've seen this kind of tool work in communities around the country fighting displacement. You can bring a map to City Council, just as this man did in San Jose, to show the policymakers that they need to do something. So for more about our work on climate mitigation and displacement, please see our book by MIT Press. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chappell. You give us a lot to think about. And now we're going to have a panel that's going to focus on from global megatrends to local divides. It will be moderated by Dr. Matthew Slaughter, Dean of the Business School at Dartmouth University. Dr. Slaughter.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel as part of the American Geographical Society's Geography 2050 Towards a More Equitable Future. This panel in particular is really intended to provide a conceptual cornerstone for economic geography. I'll stress the word economic for the conference. I hope everyone's enjoying the proceedings, and we hope that the three world-renowned experts that we have for this panel will inform your learnings and deliberations in the overall conference. I will briefly introduce each of our panelists, and then we'll just open the conversation. I guess I'll go in alphabetical order by last name. Jana Reins. Jana is an economist and partner at the McKinsey Global Institute, McKinsey & Company's business and economics research arm. She's based in the San Francisco office. And since 2003, Jana has led MGI's research on productivity, on competitiveness, on growth, as well as a lot of issues on health and urban economics. Jana, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Look forward to the conversation.
Michael Storper. Michael, and I should say we've got the globalization and geography in action. Jana is joining us right now from the San Francisco area. Michael is in London and Stephanie is in Washington, D.C. So I'll go next to Michael Storper. Michael is an economic geographer who currently holds faculty positions at UCLA, at the London School of Economics, and formerly at Sciences Po in Paris. And his fields of research are regional economic development, urbanization, and the link between innovation and geographic change and globalization. He's the author of over 100 peer-reviewed articles, has participated and solo authored 10 books. And Michael, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And Stephanie von Friedeberg. Stephanie serves as the first senior vice president of operations at the IFC within the World Bank Group. Stephanie currently leads all IFC investment operations and advisory services, all of which aim to address key development challenges and help create jobs and opportunities in some of the world's most porous and fragile countries. In addition to overseeing new businesses, Stephanie manages IFC's $60 billion debt and equity portfolio in more than 100 countries. Stephanie, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you, Matthew.
Great. Well, with that, we've got these three renowned experts, and let's just jump into the conversation. Jana, maybe I'll put this to you. I'm wondering, as you look at the future of where the world is today here in late 2021, we know that there have been economic forces generating where and how economic activity happens within and across countries. But as you look ahead, if you look in the next 3 months or 3 years or 30 years, you can take your pick, what forces do you think are going to be really shaping economic geography that all of us should be thinking about?
Thank you, Matt. Great question, and love for you giving me a choice on the time frame. As a wife of historian, let me take the longer point of view, which is sometimes something that economists get blamed for not doing. And when we look at kind of the next few decades, clearly the big trends that we see that are going to shift economic geography is demographics, aging, and instead of seeing that as a problem, it really is the time when the largest cohorts of educated, high-income folks will have time when they are still in great shape to really add to the debate. So I'm actually somewhat optimistic on how the baby boomers will change many things on how we do when they have the time and the money to do so. The other big shift is urbanization. Most of that debate has been about the power of increasing urbanization, adding to economic growth. Well, in most regions, we are kind of running out of steam on that front. Most people already live in cities, and the big change will come from how people and economic power is shifting between different economic regions. And this is one when, frankly, the last, let's say 3 years, perhaps not, but more than 3 months will make a difference, given that we have really changed how many people work and work from home. So I expect to see some real shifts there on the urban side. A third factor that will, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The third one is technology, relentless continuation. And I'm hoping that that will be something that it will not only lead into some of the challenges that we have seen, particularly rising divisiveness. I hope we're going to find ways to actually use technology to bring us closer together, just like we do in this panel. So I think those are some of the 3 big things that I'll be looking for.
Yeah, wow. I love that kickoff. Thank you. Demographics, urbanization, technology, especially over many decades. And I heard a note of optimism there, that I hear you saying that some of the challenges that we have faced even before the pandemic, you think are going to be addressed in a way that builds more economic hope and opportunity across geographies. So that's great. I appreciate that. Stephanie, maybe I'll come to you. How would you think about next 3 months, 3 years, 30 years, and some of these deep forces of economic geography?
So I'll take a long view too. And I agree with everything that Jana said, although I would flip the demographics on its head and say the thing that we think the most about are where the youngest populations are and where we're going to see the most growth. So if you think about Africa as an example, has the youngest population of any continent on the planet, and it's growing really rapidly. So how do we actually create the economic conditions to ensure that they can have private sector-led growth and create the critical jobs that are going to exist? That's one. 2, on technology, I think for me, it's not just technology as an overlay in relation to creating digital economies. And what does that mean for the human capital and the skills that we need to build? And then finally, the one thing that Jana didn't mention, which is something I spend a great deal of my time thinking about, is climate change. And I think that's going to affect both of the developed world and the developing world in really different ways. But climate change is something that collectively we're going to have to figure out how we tackle.
Stephanie, thank you. And Jana, I see you've got a raised hand.
Absolutely. And by the way, just to pile on the climate change, I didn't ignore it because I don't think it's important. I just think it is important because I'm hoping it will lead into a real technology boost. Sometimes challenges are a real push for technological innovation, productivity gains, etc. Something that we certainly could use.
Yeah, great. I like the optimism again, but boy, we got to get from here to there. So Michael, tell us, as you survey where the world might be going in the coming months or years or decades, how do you think about what forces we should keep an eye on?
I think in addition to those that have been mentioned by the others, I would stress ongoing technological change and its geographical effects. And the reason that I raise this is that the last several decades, we've seen a big source of geographical. On the one hand, we've had in the world a spread of technology, meaning that more parts of the world are participating in both the absorption of technology and the creation of it. And you might call that also, the spread of global capitalism in some way. But at the same time, within that, what we see is that there's been a great deal of geographical divergence, the kind of creation of what you might call global spread with local hotspots. And those hotspots are, of course, another terminology you could use is the superstar cities and metropolitan areas that have been kind of sucking in the talent and becoming sort of great centers of prosperity, great centers of technological innovation. And yet at the same time, of course, they're tending to create this opposite set of regions, or to have a mirror image relationship to a bunch of what sometimes we call now left behind regions. And so I think that's really, I believe that is likely to continue, and it's likely to be one of the great problems that we need to struggle with.
Michael, thank you. I'm going to add to that by asking, or just reminding most of us, as I'm sure most know who are joining us for this conversation, in the past kind of 30 to 40 years within the United States, within many European nations for which we have data, unlike much of the early part of the 20th century, economic activity across space became less equal rather than more equally distributed. As Michael said, the rise of these superstar regions and cities. And Jana and colleagues at the McKinsey Global Institute have done some path-breaking work on this. So maybe a question I'll put to all of you. I appreciate these broad forces you articulated, but when you look at the coming, again, months or years or decades, do you see that the world on balance is going to become more unequal in terms of the distribution of economic activity across space? Or do you think it's going to become more equal, more like it was in the earlier part of the 20th century? Anyone want to hazard a crystal ball forecast on that? We'll start with Michael and bring it to Jana and Stephanie.
Well, so actually, I've been digging into the U.S. case, and some of the things that my team that we've been discovering are that, when I went into looking at it, I thought that the American, basically the American territory, that we'd been diverging generally, meaning that you sort of had a process where counties or metro areas were pulling apart from each other. And actually what we've discovered is that there is a set of American regions that are moving upward toward the mean, meaning you've got basically catch-up regions mostly in the south. You've got some rapidly kind of developing sort of, you might call them very successful regions that are moving up the ladder. You got a bunch of older regions that are sort of, you might call them downward converging, so old industrial areas and a lot of parts of the interior. And then you've got the superstars who were on top in 1940 and are still on top, which I didn't know until I studied it. So what you've got is kind of a mixed story in America, which is this class of superstar regions, which in my estimations is something like 22 to 25% of the American population lives in them, and they have about 40% of American output. And the rest of the country, say, 60 to 70% of the regions with about 60, with maybe 60% of the output, and they're kind of going in different directions.
Okay. So the salience of your research is hugely important because we know for electoral politics within and across nations, the issues of where economic activity happens is massively important. Yep. So Jana, maybe if I go to you and then we'll go to Stephanie after you. Again, you and colleagues at MGI have done some path-breaking work on superstar cities and the co-location oftentimes of superstar companies. So I'm wondering, based on your recent and ongoing work on that, how you see this question of divergence versus convergence across space of economic activity.
So I see that in kind of two different time frames. In the very near term, COVID has been a big shock for that, mostly because of the fact that particularly those people who can work far away have chosen to do so. And many of them have taken advantage of actually changing the way they live, expanding space at home, and potentially moving into further away locations. So in the near term, it's very clear that the superstar cities of New York and San Francisco were hardest hit. And it will take a while for them to get back because of the fact that a lot of that change is sticky. It's sticky because of the fact that we learn to communicate over Zoom and at the distance. And it's sticky, especially because the skilled workers liked the lack of commute, the longer sleep, the fact that they have more time for other things as well. So I think in the near term, there is clear slowing of some of that widening gap between the superstar cities and others. It's less about people moving to the countryside. It's not about that. It's more about if you want, the fringe regions, the suburbanization, which frankly has been the trend for a long time. But when we look at 30 years down the line, I think we actually have a choice. It is a choice for individuals, how and where they really choose to live. And I think that's something to see, where the balance of being close to the hub of action versus having more time, quality time in nature and access to outdoors, etc. What companies do, where the kind of current pull between companies keen of getting their employers back versus a lot of workers being resistant. And I think we estimate that it's going to be roughly a 20% increase in working from home, 20% decline in business travel. So real shift substantially. And of course, in the real long term, as Michael well knows, government policy will matter. How do we regulate zoning, etc., is going to influence on how many people can find affordable housing in the superstar cities versus some other regions. So I think that will be, and those are all in a way, choices. And I think it will be interesting to watch some of the counteracting factors will play out.
Jana, thanks, because this work you guys are doing is so important and ongoing, like the scholarly work that Michael's doing. Stephanie, how do you guys see this at the IFC, especially given so many sort of fragile nations and cities that you engage with?
Yeah, Matthew, I actually want to take the long view because I'm super optimistic when it comes to this. But if we can just touch first on the fragility and conflict, some of the stuff that Michael was touching on, we're actually seeing in our countries of operation. So if you don't have to look much further than Africa today to know, there was a coup in Sudan, there's a war in Ethiopia, the surrounding countries in the Sahel are all struggling. And I think we are going to see more fragility and conflict in the short term as the conflict between globalization and nationalization kind of rubs into each other. But on the longer term, we're anticipating that the global economy doubles by 2050. Okay, the lion's share of that growth is going to come from emerging markets. 2/3 of the world's population will live in urban areas by 2050. And the 10 largest cities in the world are going to be in emerging markets. We know that when people move to cities, their incomes typically grow and you see economic prosperity. So for me, I think you see more equalization, not less equalization across the globe. Now that may differ at the national level because I think in countries like the United States, we have some pretty serious problems that we need to address. But I think as the global economy grows and as the bulk of that growth comes from the private sector and is being led by emerging markets, we're going to see more inclusion and more equity across the globe.
I love that optimism. I'm a tigger by disposition, if you recall the Winnie the Pooh stories. So I want to build on that, if I may, stick with you, Stephanie, on this, and then go back to Jana and Michael. Are there examples from the work you do at IFC of cities that are really succeeding in this, identifying inclusive growth as populations grow, managing to address the perennial issues that come with that of pressures on housing and transportation? What are some examples of that we could all look to and maybe draw some lessons for cities that are doing this well?
A great question, Matthew. And, we've had an urbanization and cities practice for a long time, but right now it sits at a very important precipice because it's time for these cities to actually plan and plan the right way. So they're thinking about green buildings, proper transport that is clean and green, better housing, better flow of their people. So we actually spend a lot of time with cities doing several things. First, working on their sustainable infrastructure. Second, working on their buildings and green buildings to try to make them greener. And third, to make them financially self-sustaining. So the best example that I can give you, and we've been in a partnership with the city of Izmir in Turkey for over a decade, where we actually started on the transport side, but have slowly worked through water issues with them. We've worked through hospital issues with them and have also helped them become a self-sustaining city, so they can actually issue bonds and fund what needs funding for their own citizens. Doing a very similar thing in Bogota now in Colombia. So we're seeing many of the middle-income cities emerging and being able to sustain themselves. And now the question we're asking ourselves is, can we create the right kind of tools and incentives to bring some of those larger growing cities, Nairobi, for example, or, some cities in Nigeria, can we find ways to actually help them plan better and move forward so that we can move them on that same continuum?
Thanks. Another example, Jana, I'm wondering, how does that accord with the examples you all have seen at MGI for successful superstar cities and the confluence of that with people and the companies? Are there examples that you point to where you're like, wow, the more we could do this, the better countries in the world would be?
Yeah, I think instead of picking up on cities, I'll pick on a theme that has been, I think, very timely during COVID, and that is homelessness. We all know that the high cost of living in many areas has been a real challenge. And I think COVID really was a wake-up call that this is an issue that has to be addressed. And across the globe, many cities found ways to do this. And just to pick on California, where I'm living, it was a big initiative we called the Project Room Key, of finding places for homeless people to live. And I think it has followed up on a number of initiatives that we are seeing happening, whether it's the Housing Innovation Challenge in LA, of finding ways to provide innovative solutions to housing at reasonable cost, the pallet shelters in Santa Cruz. And I think there's a number of nonprofits that are trying to find not just the construction technology of doing low-cost housing, but also smaller housing, getting around some of the regulatory restrictions for being able to find homes for people. And I'm truly hoping this is something that will will come out stronger at the end of the pandemic that we certainly went in.
That's great. Michael, from your work and your perspective, what do you see for successes or cities and communities that have struggled, and what lessons from those?
So I don't want to play the pessimist here, but I do want to issue some warnings that I think we really need to be conscious of. I think the spatial concentration tendencies around big, successful metropolitan areas are very deeply built into the economic process and are likely to be baked into it for a long time if the ongoing sort of technological revolution that we lived through is any indicator. By that I mean that, from the 1980s onward, we saw that the digital revolution concentrated, it made the economy more skill intensive, but it concentrated the skills and the best companies in bigger and successful urban areas. Now, I think in the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, from what I can guess, I've been thinking about this, are those revolutions going to be another episode of sort of spreading the wealth and opportunity to more middle-sized cities or smaller cities, or they can continue what we've been living through for the last several decades? Nobody knows the answer to that because we're in the nascent phases of those industrial revolutions that are upcoming, and we don't yet know what the winner technologies, the winner companies, and the winner sort of clusters are. Okay, I'm going to make a guess though that I think that metropolitan bigness is here. Now, Jana mentioned there are counter forces like very high housing costs and the pandemic are causing people to rethink how concentrated we are and whether it's worth it. And they're driving some of the talent away from these places, possibly a little bit way, down the urban system. But so that, as an economic geographer, I'm thinking about those kind of two forces, the concentration one and the spread one. And I think on balance, I'm worried that there's still too much concentration of sort of the talent and the talent, the money, and the knowledge that seems to be baked into the system at this point. And so why I'm worried about it is that, right now, even in the developed countries, only about 35 to 40% of the population has a college degree. That might and probably will rise in the 21st century, and it will rise in the developing countries as well as they get more educated. But, in a world where not everybody is a high-skilled, high-wage, knowledge-based worker, we're going to have regions that are not as wealthy as other regions and possibly continuing to lose some of their talent and resources to these regions that are sort of the concentration forces. So I remain worried about those kind of differences, those kind of divergences, and what are we gonna do to spread the prosperity or at least spread well-being a little bit more evenly across the map? And I think that's probably true of both the developed and the developing worlds.
Yeah, that's a legitimate worry based on recent years. We all know this. Jana, I see you've got a hand on this. Thoughts and rejoinders to Michael's important concern he raises?
Yeah, I fully agree on that. I do think one nuance on what is going to drive that balance, on how much we are going to see where we are going to see that balance between superstar cities and the regions left behind. The balance is shifting from companies making decisions on where the locations are to people and particularly talent making those decisions. And I am seeing shifts both as the higher share of older citizens who potentially want to work part-time and have a different quality of life, but also I'm seeing that amongst my younger colleagues, and I think we are seeing that as a pattern across some of the younger cohorts, they are looking for a more livable environment. Many fathers had time to spend with their kids in a way they had not been when they were traveling for work. They are looking for ways they can do that in the future. So I do think that this a little bit of a shift of balance into particularly the talent workers that are scarce might alleviate some of your worries, and we'll see more evenly spread economic activity. But I do agree, Michael, fully that is a major concern and will continue to be.
Yeah, and it seems a big question is if talent workers are more evenly distributed through space, a lot of the externalities and spillovers that they generate might be more evenly distributed. So that I think that's kind of one of these $64,000 questions that we don't quite know is the persistence of work from home, or Stephanie, I'll put it to you in a global context, work from anywhere. In principle, suddenly this increased tradability of services might be a real boon to the economic development opportunities of a lot of countries around the world. I'm wondering from your important perspective with the World Bank Group, do you see certain trends with the digital technology pandemic interaction already playing out?
So, Matthew, I actually think that digital in many countries of ours has been the silver lining, and it has allowed people to continue to function. 60% of the GDP in Africa is generated from SMEs. So how do we actually create a digital economy where those SMEs can sell and trade and transact all of what we do in the United States or in Europe or in other developed countries? I think we're getting there. We're trying to solve different development challenges, but if we can't figure that out, the amount of migration from the younger populations is going to be real. And then I think technology works against us, because while I do agree that Europe and the US are aging, I think that many of the jobs that we could have otherwise done will be taken over by robotics, and the wealthy in those countries will be able to invest their money in the stock market and live, and the people who come from other countries won't be able to find jobs because they won't be skilled. So one of the things, well, a couple of things that we're focusing on, but one is, when we think about the digital economy, how do we think about building all the right layers? Because we don't have all the layers built everywhere in the world. So, there are 13 countries in Africa that don't have any internet access, basically, right? More than 70% of the people in Africa don't have adequate internet access. So how do we build the digital infrastructure to create the economies of the future for the poorest countries? And then how do we actually inculcate the necessary skills? So, as a result of the pandemic, 1.6 billion children were out of school. 450 million of those children did not have access to the internet. And we know from experience that the majority of those kids will never go back to school. And, more than 50% of them are girls. So they're not going to learn how to read and write, to say nothing of having the skill sets that are going to be required for, a digital future and a digital economy. So how do we pull those children back into school? How do we get them educated? How do we get them access to the internet? Another really big piece of what we focus on.
Yeah, access to skills and human capital development is a global issue, not just within advanced nations. So I appreciate you pointing that out. Michael, you've got some thoughts on what Jana and Stephanie shared here?
Yeah, in listening to Stephanie about the developing world, I was thinking about how a lot of countries in the developing world have gotten ahead in recent years, which is most of them, entered the world market, and they entered it largely through goods production, through being, especially in Asia, right, in East Asia. And what we see with the new technologies that you mentioned, Stephanie, is the possibility that a lot of the labor will be taken out of manufacturing, and some of it, I think, might even be reshored back to the developed countries, because the major comparative advantage of the developing countries is precisely its labor abundance. So that leads us back to what's the next stage for the developing world in terms of getting ahead, and what kind of sort of employment, but also labor pattern that might be going on there. I'm just wondering if you have insights into that.
Well, COVID didn't help. The supply disruptions that have resulted from COVID, I think, are going to drive more and more nearshoring and onshoring. And, we were seeing it already, but just if you look at the shifts from out of China into Vietnam and, out of China into even the Northern Triangle, you're starting to see people really rethinking their supply chains, because it's just been so disruptive to that. But we do need to think about what are those skill sets for the future. And, for China, I think it's services and domestic. I mean, it's a huge domestic market. So to the extent that they can produce for themselves, they'll be better off. And I think you're beginning to see that domestic consumption happen in countries like China. In some of the less developed Asian countries, I think we're going to struggle to figure that out.
Yeah, the question often then is, tradable or non-traded services, can you get sustained growth in productivity and opportunities so that average standards of living continue to rise? And I know, Jana, you guys again at MGI have done such important path-breaking work on that. Any thoughts on these issues of where kind of those jobs will come from within and across nations as you look around the globe with the work you've done, Jana?
I must say, though, that is the one question that I have a very hard time being very optimistic about. I think it is not a new pattern. We have seen manufacturing share of employment decline over time. There is no industry where we haven't seen automation happen. And it is not going to be just that manufacturing plants are going to move from one location to the other. They will be increasingly automated away. And I don't see an end to that. And I think for economists more broadly and our capacity to forecast the future, the fact that we are seeing the rise of the platform economies, where you have really large economies of scale and almost zero marginal cost, it just changes the way the global economy works. So I wish I had an answer on this. And I think the only silver lining here is that if we really can translate this productivity growth into purchasing power of those consumers and those households who spent that money and don't save, that really can make a difference. If we have the demand, there's going to be somebody who's going to find something to sell to those folks. The challenge we are seeing right now is that we're seeing not just the middle wage or middle income jobs decline as a share, but we are also seeing a rise in income inequality, which means that a much higher share of money is going into pockets where people are saving. It's no coincidence that we have very low interest rates, but real interest rates. So for me, it really is. The challenge for us is that despite the technology that actually can create enormous productivity and growth in overall, we just need to make sure that we then put those gains to work into a virtuous cycle of growth in the economy that is sustainable and that is inclusive. So that really is what the solution is. How we are going to get there, I hope someone can help me with that one.
Well, we'll get there. We've got about 10 minutes left in our conversation, which has been rich already. And I think it connects back with the insights all three of you shared, which is that inequality of distribution of economic activity, be it employment or income or wealth generation, its interaction with spatial locations of individuals and companies becomes so powerful. And like you said, Michael, can persist across decades in a way that's difficult to kind of shift. A couple of you mentioned climate. I'm wondering, I'm going to ask two broad questions for a few minutes on each in the time we have left. I think given the range of topics that this overall AGS event is covering, I'm wondering if any of you wants to share any thoughts about climate change and what's coming with that, opportunities or challenges around where economic activity happens across space, interacting with people and companies' location related to the climate. Broad issue, I know, but if there are any thoughts you want to share as an input for this overall conference, happy to hear them.
So Matthew, I'm actually less optimistic on climate than I think some others are. You know, when I look around the globe, if you want to talk about inequality, and the impact of climate change from an inequality perspective is massive. So the amount of adaptation that's going to be necessary, because climate is hitting the poorest the hardest. If you think about the floods, the famines, the fires, and what we've seen in terms of their impact in emerging markets, it's huge. And yet, if you just take Africa, outside of South Africa, 4% of the GHG emissions in the world. And yet the world is saying, again, to emerging markets where the bulk of the growth in GHG emissions are going to come in the next decade, you have to do it green. But by the way, we don't have any funding to help you do that, right? We don't have any funding to drive down technology cost curves. We don't have the ability to buy coal out, but you guys have to build green, even though we have polluted. So I think we have a huge issue of inequality around climate that we need to figure out how we address, and it's going to require the developed world to help the developing world so that we all do the right thing for the planet. And I'm not sure that we have yet thought about the new kinds of partnerships and collaboration that is going to require. I think we should all be watching COP26 really closely to listen to those messages and see whether or not collectively we can come together. That's one. Two, I don't think that even companies have fully thought through the risk of climate change and what adaptation is going to require. And, you know, where are we building factories that are going to be underwater? Where are we looking for farming where, 10 years from now, there will be insufficient water? Some of those kinds of things are very much geospatially driven and things that data could be telling us a lot about. I don't think we're doing enough of that.
Stephanie, thank you. I'll call it Piglet to Eeyore, but I hear you. We're hopeful to see what happens in Scotland in the weeks ahead. Michael, Jana, some quick thoughts on climate, its intersection with geography. Michael?
Yeah, so I would link that also, of course, to how geography and political or policy polarization are working today. So I can put on my French hat and say that, we had sort of a political revolt called the Yellow Vests a couple of years in France, and that was essentially a climate change thing. What happened, I don't know if people in the American audience knows, is that the people, basically the people in Paris said, we're going to be like, really do an active climate change policy and raise the price of gasoline a lot. But of course, who drives in France or any other country are rural people. And it turns out that these rural people have much lower incomes than urban people. And so they said, look, it's not that we're against doing something about climate change, but you're not going to make us all pay for it. And that led to a policy spiral of basically pulling back from doing the things we need to do. So I think the message here is that not only are the impacts of climate change unequally distributed across people, groups of people and places, but also the potential costs of that some policies impose are likely to have distributional impacts on groups and places that could block the policy process. And that's sort of a subnational version of the global problem. Yep. And we've got to think about mitigation, not just as the areas, but how do we, to put it bluntly, buy the people in from different places into these cooperative efforts to solve the problem.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Across nations, the buy-in, and Michael, on your insights within nations, whether it's France, the Gilets Jaunes, the United States, on the inability to get a carbon tax. I agree. Jana, brief thoughts on this?
Just as I will bring my optimistic view to this on. I think climate actually, if we find some way to make some of the restrictions binding in some way or the other, it can be a real boom for innovation, technological change, and actually economic growth. And I draw that experience to the 1970s when we had a very unexpected energy shock with oil price rises. And it was actually, again, I'm picking on California. I normally do have examples broader from the globe, but in California, it was the California Public Utility Commission that basically set dramatically higher standards for a lot of consumer electronics as well as for cars. And because California was such a large market, most companies prefer to scale up the California standards globally. And California itself actually maintained the same energy per capita consumption over the next 20 years, while the rest of the US increased by 50%, and our economic growth didn't suffer. In fact, because people spent their money on things that created more jobs than spending it on energy, we actually had more employment as a result, according to the economists' estimates. So I'm thinking there is a way to actually make this a virtuous cycle. So I am here more optimistic than you are, Stephanie. I know the challenge is in the emerging world, but we need to put the burden someplace else and find a way to solution that actually benefits not just our environment and our people and our health, but also the economy.
I love that optimism. And on that note, we've got time for one closing question, and I'm going to call it the Oval Office or UN General Assembly, kind of at most 1 minute. And I'll start with you, Stephanie, and then Michael and Jana. I want to think about, you've mentioned public policy, kind of our institutions, be they national, international governmental organizations, civil society. I'm wondering if, in your closing minute, what remarks you would give, say, to the President Biden or the UN on institutions. How are they today, or what could we do in the future to have more robust institutions to address all these topics we've talked about? Stephanie, I'll start with you.
That's a really tough question, Matthew, and certainly people have been opining on what the multilateral development system should look like and how we should be different. I'm not actually sure that we need to pivot the multilateral development systems as much as we need to figure out how we collaborate differently. So what I see is different pools of money coming on stream to help us with some of these problems. They're not connected together, and everybody's still kind of working from their traditional vantage. And if we can shift that paradigm and create some different kinds of partnerships, so they might be public-private, they might be philanthropic and public, they might be philanthropic and private, but you kind of pull all those things together. You think about somebody like Bill Gates, who's created this new Catalyst Fund, and he's got his early energy fund. How do we use those kinds of initiatives? So that's the kind of forward-thinking technology with some philanthropy potentially, and my balance sheet and the World Bank balance sheet, and maybe something from the U.S. government. How do we piece those together in really different ways to help solve some of these problems? To me, is the first thing. And then there's no more fiscal space left in the world. Especially outside of Europe and the U.S. So it's really about policy that is private sector led growth driven. That's where we're going to get the jobs and the economic growth to actually give people better lives. And it is where we all need to focus.
Got it. Thank you. Pools of capital, innovative private-public partnerships. Michael, your 1 minute.
I would say, Madam or Mr. President, in the future, you need to find a way to make sure that all cities, regions, and places feel that they have a buy-in to some kind of collective way forward. Because as a geographer, what I see is that these kind of fundamental forces have tended to make us seem as if we are living in separate worlds with different interests. And every country that I know of is facing this issue. And so I would say, whatever you do, think always geographically about how you're going to get everyone in. And that'll sort of help us to go forward instead of splitting apart.
Michael just gave us a campaign platform for the U.S. presidency in 2024-8. Jana, please close us out.
Well, I would go to the mayors. We will need everyone to pull in the same direction if we are going to solve some of the challenges ahead, whether it's on the climate, whether it's on inequality, whether it's some of the technology. And where I have seen this work very well is at the city level. So Mrs. or Mr. or Miss Mayor, find a way to bring everyone on the table. It needs to be not just the political governance bodies, but it is the businesses critically, it is the social organizations, it is the citizenry. And as long as you agree what you are going to do with your city or your region, you will get it done. I mean, it is amazing to see the magical things that many cities are doing, and you can do that too, as long as everyone pulls in the same direction.
That was awesome. All three of that closing remarks. We've covered a lot of serious issues of economics and public policy within and across sovereign nations, but I love the note of optimism, whether cross borders, within countries, or at the local level. So thank you. I've been really looking forward to this conversation. And Jana, Michael, and Stephanie, you've been very generous with your time and your wisdom and insights. And again, I hope everybody who joined us for this panel, that your overall attendance at this conference is something that's really informative and inspiring, because that's what we need a little bit more of in the world. So Jana, Michael, Stephanie, a huge thanks to all three of you for joining us.
Thanks, Matthew. It was great.
Thank you.
Thank you all for a very stimulating conversation.
Thank you, everyone, for that great discussion. And now a few words from our sponsor, AllianceBernstein, on how they are working to advance equity in their organization.
I really appreciate the partnership with AGS and the opportunity to participate in and sponsor this year's conference. When they reached out after hearing our work and seeing it around impact investing, it was just such a no-brainer, and I really appreciate the partnership with you, Travis, and with you, James, to bring this together. It's core to our values in a couple critical ways, but it's really around using our resources, being intentional with them, collaborating with others in the public and private space, not-for-profit space, to promote more equitable outcomes across the board. So that's really the why for me, and I hope for us, but I know you had some questions.
You know, Tully, obviously intentionality is the key to an equitable approach to this work. My question for you is, how does a focus on DEI encourage us all to walk the walk?
Yeah, well, that's an important question. I think it's about bringing the right cultures and the right perspectives into the room, ensuring that we're a firm where people can come in and be who they are and reflect their views, because we all know that more diverse perspectives drive more equitable outcomes. And if you have people from the communities that we serve in the room authentically being themselves, we're just going to get to a much better place. So that's why it's important to me.
Tully, I know, because you and I get to work together with many of these clients, that a lot of the clients you work with are focusing on the diversity, equity, and inclusion in the way that their portfolios are invested now. Maybe tell us a little bit about what's driving that and how clients feel about investing in ways that are better for society.
Yeah, well, they feel great is the short answer. And it's a work in progress. The reason that it's coming up is, look, COVID and what we're seeing over what we've seen over the last couple of years has just laid bare systemic inequities. You just can't ignore it. And so for people with resources and capital, it's really about what can I do and how can I use the existing assets I have in a better way that's more in line with my values. And so that's what's driving it. I hope it'll continue driving it. And I think that a lot of the conversations we're all having, the three of us, with investors and institutions is really authentic. They want to be in it for a long period of time. And I'm excited about that effort. So really excited about the partnership with AGS and with the two of you. And thank you both for helping us bring that together.
Great.
My pleasure.
The face and hue of wealth is changing. Many investors who look like me are first-generation wealth creators. And it is a fact that we may not have had the same experience, exposure, and education, but that does not mean we don't have the same needs. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is particularly important to me. But when I think about the firm, it is uniquely central to who we are.
Diverse and inclusive teams generate better ideas and reach more balanced decisions. That's why we tap into our employees' unique backgrounds and experiences. It allows us to add more value for our clients.
One of the things we want to make sure we do is to create an environment, one where our employees are happy to work for us as a firm, but certainly that our clients are proud to partner with a firm who is like-minded in nature and mission-aligned. Diversity, equity, inclusion really influences who we are, where we show up, and how we show up for one another. It's really all about walking the walk. Just as culture and values are key to who we are as a firm, we recognize is just as important to our clients. For instance, culture and values may lead some investors to pursue social impact and advocacy through responsible and purpose-driven investing. Or you may be very philanthropic and want to find some very creative and unique ways to give back to your community and really support the causes that are so important to who you are. Let's be honest, diversity, equity, inclusion too often has been a check-the-box model. I try to make sure and ensure that my firm is committed to a very authentic and genuine way to embed diversity, equity, inclusion in all that we do for our employees and all that we do for our clients.
Why do I care about responsible investing? Because as I look at the world, I think there's an opportunity to deploy your capital in a way that not only meets your financial needs, but meets the needs of society and the environment. Regardless of what I think, here's what I know. Responsible investing is on the rise. Large, sophisticated investors were among the first to embrace it. Then others followed. Almost half of high net worth households prefer to invest responsibly. And 49% of millennial millionaires consider it when making investing decisions.
Many of the clients I work with are interested in responsible investing out of a concern for their children's future. And as a mom, I totally understand that. I think that's why women are so attracted to the idea. Surveys show that 70 to 80% of women are interested in responsible investing. Investors have plenty of questions here, and in my work with clients, I hear them all the time. First of all, they ask, what is responsible investing? And that's often followed by, do I need to give up returns to invest responsibly?
Responsible investing incorporates environmental, social, and governance factors alongside traditional financial metrics to better manage risk and deliver returns. Investors don't have to settle for less, but in some cases, their pattern of returns may differ from the broad market.
We believe that environmental, social, and governance research, or ESG for short, are fundamental to all of our active portfolios. But beyond that, our clients can choose from an array of responsible investing options. From using screens to narrow the investment universe to adding responsibility as another dimension in a goals-based portfolio. Our clients can choose sustainable strategies where we identify companies delivering a wider benefit to humanity. Our clients can also invest for impact in strategies where we can provide tax-efficient income and at the same time deliver on positive environmental and social outcomes.
Consider an environmental challenge like water. How do we invest in ways that encourage preserving it for future generations? One way is through companies like American Water Works. They plan to invest $1.4 billion per year to ensure a safe and abundant water supply. But responsible investing isn't just for equities. You can invest responsibly in bonds too. Take Tucson Water. They provide conservation, education, and low-income assistance to customers, the majority of which live in a city with a 25% poverty rate.
These are just two examples, and the same would apply for other environmental concerns or societal concerns, like diversity in the workplace, or health and wellness, or corporate governance. So at Bernstein, when we build portfolios, we build them from the ground up, thinking about these factors. They are not an afterthought.
Taking the first step towards aligning your portfolio with your values can seem daunting, but we're here to guide you. It all starts with your vision of a better tomorrow. Let's make it happen today.
And now we have a couple of lightning talks. First up, Dr. Robert Manduca, who's going to speak to us today on geographic inequality in the United States. Dr. Manduca?
Hi everyone, my name is Robert Manduca and I'm an assistant professor of sociology at the University of Michigan. And today I'm going to be talking with you about geographic inequality in the United States. So as many of you know, the United States is a land of economic contrasts. So on the one hand, we have places like the San Francisco Bay Area, pictured on the left here, which are some of the richest cities or richest regions in the history of the world. And on the other hand, there are many other urban areas and also rural areas that are economically struggling and dealing with the decline of local industries and rising unemployment. And one feature of the geographic inequality of the United States is that it's actually gotten quite a bit worse over time. So this is a map of the United States in 1980, and each metropolitan area, which is a group of counties centered around a single commuting zone, commuting shed, is colored according to the average income of among its residents in 1980. And what you can see here is that there are a few places, most notably Washington, D.C. and New York, that are quite a bit richer than average, where the mean income is more than 20% greater than the nation as a whole. Also, Alaska falls in that category. There are also a few more places, many rural areas, especially in the Southeast, that were substantially poorer than average, with average incomes less than 80% of the national average. But most of the country is colored in these three middle colors, indicating that the average income for residents of that metropolitan area was roughly in line with the national average overall. However, if you look a little bit more recently, if we zoom forward to 2013, you can see that there's been a bifurcation. So on the one hand, there are more cities, more metropolitan areas in the top category. You can see that the whole East Coast, as well as Northern California and Minneapolis, St. Paul, all are more than 20% richer in terms of their mean income compared to the rest of the country or the United States overall. While on the other hand, a lot more places are in the bottom category. So you can see that many rural areas, not just in the South, but also in the Northwest and the Northeast, in the Southwest, all fall into this bottom category of being more than 20% poorer on average than the country. And so what this means is that we're having, instead of having one sort of one sort of standard of living that most places in the United States experience, we're seeing this bifurcation where there's increasingly some very rich places and some very poor places, and fewer places in between. So just to give you a sense of scale, in 1980, about 10% of the U.S. population lived in a metropolitan area that was either in the top category or the bottom category, either substantially richer or substantially poorer than the country overall. And in 2013, about 30% lived in such an area. So there's been a tripling of the population in the extreme ends of the income distribution geographically over the past 40 years. And so a major question that academics and others and policymakers are interested in is, why has geographic inequality gone up? Is this something about local leadership, decisions that are being made by community members in different parts of the country? Is it about changes in who lives where, or perhaps due to differences in the ability to access lifestyle amenities? Or maybe it's something bigger. Maybe it's about changes in technology, changes in the global economy, or something to do with national level policy. And today what I'm going to share with you is two recent findings from academic research on this topic that shed some light on what is driving growing geographic inequality in the US. So first, this is from research that I've been conducting myself. A first finding is that growing geographic inequality and growing overall inequality are very closely intertwined. So in a research paper, what I did is I ran simulations to try to understand how much of the growth in geographic inequality since 1980 is about changes in what types of people, or specifically what income levels of people are living in what metropolitan areas, and how much of the growth in geographic inequality is about just changes in the overall income distribution and how much money people at the top, in the middle, and at the bottom are taking home as a fraction of the national need. And just to set this up, what I'm showing here is the true observed value. This is a measure of spatial inequality called the coefficient of variation. And you can see that it grew from about 0.125, 0.13 in 1980 to a high of just over 0.2 in 2013. So this was an increase of roughly 50% or so over these 40 years. And this orange line shows what would have happened if nothing had happened, if it had just stayed totally steady. So in a first simulation, I asked what would have happened if the total amount of inequality in the country in the national level income distribution had stayed the same, but the places where different people had lived had changed. So that's what this line shows, and you can see that if we just look at the effect of sorting in terms of who lives where, or what level of income people at what point in the income distribution live where, you can see that there would have been an increase in inequality. But overall, particularly after the 1980s, starting in the 1990s and beyond, the effect is relatively small compared to the total rise in geographic inequality. It's maybe a quarter or something like that. On the other hand, if we look only at the effect of rising inequality nationally, we can see that explains a much bigger percentage of the overall increase. A little bit over half. That's what's shown in this line here, and you can see that it's a steady increase rather than an up and a down. So from this exercise, we can take away that the growth of geographic inequality is very closely tied to the growth of the rise in income inequality overall. What this means is that as we think about ways to try to bring the different parts of the country into closer alignment, reducing inequality in general will also have the effect of reducing inequality between places. So we should be thinking about policies not just to target specific places, but also to just sort of narrow the income distribution overall. And that leads me into a second finding, or a second set of of results that a wide range of scholars have started publishing on or started documenting, which is that seemingly place neutral, specifically federal policies, when we're thinking about economic policies, can have, even if they seem like there's something that applies to the entire country overall, they can have really varied and geographically concentrated impacts on different places. So some examples of this, you can think of something like antitrust enforcement, which is talked about a lot in the news right now. And that doesn't necessarily seem at first to be a geographically sort of weighted or targeted policy, but it does affect the level of geographic inequality, because when you think about, how many companies exist in a given industry, well, each of those companies is going to have a headquarters. They might be in different cities. They're going to employ a set of people locally. And so as the number of companies that are competing in a given industry goes down, we might also see a geographic concentration of that industry's profile, especially if we're thinking about sort of the high-paying headquarters type jobs. Other examples might be things like transportation regulation. So how easy is it to get to different places? This used to be an area where the federal government was very proactive about trying to ensure that it's sort of similarly easy to get to places of similar size, no matter where they are in the country. It did that through communications, through regulation of railroads and airlines and other forms of transportation, these sorts of things, through the construction of new highways and new railroads. That's something that the government has stepped back on in recent years. Also, things like trade policy. So, when we change the tariffs on a given set of industries, that will affect the places that make those products, where those industries are located. And as well, you can think of things like social transfers and federal investment, where these are, spending by the federal government for a means that's not for a purpose that's not necessarily directly geographically targeted. It could be we want to reduce poverty in general, or we want to, protect our borders, or develop new technologies, or connect different parts of the country. Those aren't necessarily inherently geographic goals, but because of the way that actions by the federal government or by or economic changes in general will have different impacts on different places, they can have the effect of either reducing or increasing geographic inequality. So just as an example of this is a map from Two Economists. So I should note this map was not created by geographers, so you can rest assured that we can get the projections straightened out. But this is a map created by economists Otterdorn and Hansen, showing exposure to changes in exposure to international trade competition. And you can see that this is specifically looking at the effect of reduced trade barriers with China over the period 1990 to 2007. And you can see that even though the trade barriers were lowered for the entire country at the same time, because of the types of industries that were located in different places, they had very different impacts on different regions of the country. So you can say there's big concentrations in parts of the South, Midwest, and Northeast, and less exposure in much of the West. So as far as takeaways, what this means, it means that we can reduce geographic inequality in the process of meeting other national challenges. So there's a lot of things that the United States is working on, or that are occupying our attention right now, and geographic inequality is just one of these issues. But I think fortunately, because of how universal policies or federal policies made at the national level can still have different impacts in different places, there's hope for reducing geographic inequality at the same time as we meet other national challenges. So thanks so much. That's the end of the talk. And I hope you'll stay in touch. So you can find my website and my email here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manduka. And now we're going to move to our second lightning talk, The Real Wealth of Nations, Mapping and Monetizing the Ecological Footprint, with Dr. Paul Sutton. Dr. Sutton?
Hello, my name is Paul Sutton. I teach at the University of Denver. This talk is titled The Real Wealth of Nations, Mapping and Monetizing the Human Ecological Footprint. Hopefully we'll raise some provocative questions about the limits to growth. Essentially, we're going to map the dollar value of natural production, which is over here in yellow, photosynthesis globally, versus the dollar value of human impact on the environment, which is measured via the proxy measure of impervious surface, or to what extent we have paved the planet. I essentially attribute $50 trillion to human impact as impervious surface, and $50 trillion to the value of the world's ecosystem services as measured by photosynthesis, and I subtract one from the other to measure, to produce a measure of sustainability at nationally aggregate levels. This demonstrates that using nighttime satellite imagery and population density together, you can build a model that produces a map of impervious surface. This paper describes that in more detail. We apply that model globally, and we get a global map of the extent to which we have paved the planet in a spatially explicit way. The United States, Western Europe, India, and China have all paved the planet to a great extent for various reasons. China and India, large populations, United States and Europe, high levels of per capita consumption. We've demonstrated that impervious surface area is a proxy measure of this idea of an ecological footprint that is developed by Matisse, Wackernagel, and William Rees, and they have a global footprint network that continues work in that area. We monetize natural capital by associating $50 trillion worth of ecosystem services using photosynthesis as a proxy measure. There are other ways to do this. This paper demonstrated that ecosystem services are worth more than the entire global market economy. This is what a spatially explicit data set for the entire globe of terrestrial photosynthesis looks like, developed by Modis. There are many of these kinds of data sets there. We're choosing a point in time, probably the mid-80s, where we were at carrying capacity according to the Global Footprint Network. And so we're going to use 50 trillion as roughly the GDP of the world in the year 2000 and see what that looks like for national aggregations. So when we look at it in a spatially explicit way at 1 kilometer resolution, the red areas are places where we are not sustainable, green areas where we are sustainable, beyond carrying capacity or ecological footprint in excess of national endowment. Aggregated to national levels, these numbers are going to be distorted by the size of the country. Larger countries have more net PP happening in them. Impact, pavement, the United States has paved the world a lot, as has Russia, as has China and India. This is more a function of a combination of population and consumption. The top 20 nations with a surplus are Brazil, Russia, Australia, and Canada, because they have small populations and large countries. This does not look like a World Bank debtor list because it has to do with how much of the environment is being used up through impact. India, China, the US, and Japan are on the top 20 of the debtor nations. The study suggests, as we look at the sustainability question through an ecological economics lens, that high per capita consumption countries could be living sustainably, Australia and Canada, or unsustainably, Japan and the US. Low per capita consumption countries can be living sustainably, Tanzania, Madagascar, or unsustainably, Pakistan and India. So this raises some interesting equity questions that are raised by the I equals PAT question. So a little more on ecosystem service valuation background. We published this paper in 97, the value of the world's ecosystem services natural capital. In 97, it was $33 trillion a year relative to a global GDP of 18 trillion. We did a follow-up study in 2014. Gross world product was up to 85. World's ecosystem services were up to 125 trillion. And this is because we have better numbers for the value of ecosystem services and land cover changed. The new global value was 125. Losses since 1997 amounted to a reduced annual flow of 20 trillion per year. That's essentially the entire GDP of the United States. So ecological economics as a paradigm thinks that human well-being should be the goal of our economic activity and would involve a different understanding of the value of nature and the nature of value. And basically, the current neoliberal economic system we live in does not serve our economy well. We should design our economy in service of life rather than increasing GDP. Thank you very much. Please send questions and/or comments to me.
Thank you, Dr. Sutton. And now we move to a spotlight session with Dr. Caroline Solomon, Professor of Gallaudet University. She'll be speaking today on putting people with disabilities on the map with emphasis on deaf and hard of hearing people. Dr. Solomon.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Solomon, and I'm a professor of biology at Gallaudet University. I also serve as the director of the School of Science, Technology, Accessibility, Mathematics, and Public Health. I'm a trained biological oceanographer, so I often use geography in my own work. I'm thrilled to be here today. I'd like to talk about putting people with disabilities on the map. It's quite clear we have people with disabilities among us. Now, when we think about diversity, what typically comes to mind is race, gender, sex, sexual orientation, language, and others. But what's often missing from this is people with disabilities. For example, if you'll take a look at this definition of diversity provided by an organization, you'll see it states, in the social context, a successful community in which individuals of different race, ethnicity, religious beliefs, socioeconomic status, language, geographical origin, gender, and/or sexual orientation bring their different knowledge, background, experience, and interest for the benefit of the whole community. But what do you notice here? Where's the mention of people with disabilities? Disability is missing from that language. And disability is often overlooked. I'm a member of the Association for the Sciences of Limnology and Oceanography. That's the professional society to which I belong. I was asked to write a viewpoint for their bulletin. Of course, I was thrilled, more than happy to write a blog. And what I wrote about was being a deaf scientist and member of their organization. Now, one thing I'd like to mention about ASLO, they've been tremendously supportive of me as a scientist. There are, however, many things that still need to be worked on. One thing I really wanted to spotlight in this article is attitudes. The fear of having uncomfortable conversations. And I'll talk about that a bit more later on in this presentation. But what I want to point out here is that people with disabilities are starting to speak out now. Historically, we've been overlooked. However, the number of people with disabilities is actually greater than you may think. We are also diverse within the disability community. We have those who are blind, those who are deaf, little people, people who use wheelchairs, those who have varying physical disabilities, as well as some who have invisible disabilities. The disability community is truly all-encompassing. There are also a range of experiences, from those who have a disability from a very young age to those who develop a disability much later in life. Think about our own parents who may experience progressive hearing loss as they become older. People truly do experience disabilities across the lifespan in a variety of different ways, and I'm sure you know someone with a disability. It may be visible or invisible. Now is the time to bring people with disabilities into our space. But how do we navigate inclusion? I'd like to provide you with a roadmap. There are 4 general steps. First, listen to the stories people have to tell. Next, perform your own self-reflection. Think about what your own implicit and/or unconscious biases and attitudes may be. Once you've performed that self-reflection, you are then able to engage in difficult conversations. Those difficult conversations will lead you to becoming more proactive as opposed to reactive in your responses to people with disabilities. Now we'll talk about listening and watching stories. I'm intentionally saying listen with the sign placed next to my eye because I'm deaf and using a visual language to listen to these stories. I'm not listening orally, so I don't use the sign for this word placed next to my ear. People with disabilities will have a diverse range of ways in which they express themselves and receive information, and we need to be aware of this diversity. My talk, of course, primarily emphasizes deaf and hard of hearing people. However, I would like to say that there are other disability communities as well, and they have their own stories to tell. Here's an example of one such story. There's a great blog titled The Mind Hears, after a book written by Harlan Lane. In the book, Harlan describes the deaf experience. This blog reflects those experiences and spotlights those of deaf and hard of hearing academics. In this blog, there's also another great story of a graduate student studying frog calls in Brazil. She talks about how, regardless of her deafness, she can study these calls frogs make in different ways. The perception that it couldn't be done because she's deaf is inaccurate. Deaf can do these things. It's a really nice story, and she explains how she researches these frog calls. There are also very active groups on Facebook that are open to taking questions. One such group is FEED. It's named in this way because when you pronounce PhD, the movement on the mouth looks like FEED. Current graduate students often engage in discussion in this group, and one interesting topic came up just last week. A graduate student expressed frustrations they'd been experiencing in having conferences made accessible. We all know that conferences are important places to network, but accessibility is often a barrier. In fact, it's the greatest barrier for deaf academics, researchers, and scholars. This individual asked if anyone were willing to gather and strategize. Senior researchers in the field who have been doing this for 20, 30, or more years were able to advise these younger scientists on how to approach this. These are stories that need to be heard. Now, where can you find these stories? Well, you're all geographers, and I'm sure you have geographers with disabilities amongst you. I strongly encourage you to listen to their stories. They'll be highly informative on proceeding within your professional societies. Also, as I mentioned earlier, the blog The Mind Hears, with website information shown here, is a great resource. There are numerous Facebook groups, including those that focus on deaf and hard of hearing groups, but also many that focus on people with other disabilities as well. There are also some Twitter handles, including Disabled in STEM and Disabled in Higher Education. If you're on Twitter, you have the ability to read these diverse stories. I saw one story on Twitter about a geographer stating how great it would be to have a person with a disability leading a geographical organization. So yes, the stories are out there, you just need to find them. I'd like you to think about how we self-reflect in order to identify our own implicit and/or unconscious biases. In addition to that, what are your attitudes and typical responses to an individual with a disability? This is a great slide, spotlighting different types of common unconscious biases. For this, I would like to give credit to Bandita Cynthia Malakia from Hogan Levels. It shows 6 common biases. The first is likability bias. This is judgment against a woman based on how likable they are. For example, do they appear friendly? Are they smiling? Or other such ways to describe them. Next is attribution bias, which is when diverse people are given less credit than they deserve, or treated as though they're not worthy of their position or job. Performance bias is when we underestimate the performance of diverse individuals and overestimate the performance of non-diverse individuals. This includes requiring underrepresented groups to prove their worth, much more so than other groups. An example of this would be when I share my professional opinion on a topic, for example, say algae in a particular river. What I've noticed is that in a conversation, it is much more likely they'll take the comments of the hearing scientist over mine. They do so regardless of the fact that we have an equal amount of experience, skills, etc. That's a good example of performance bias. We also have affinity bias, which is when we feel connected to individuals like ourselves. As an example, let's suppose I'm holding interviews to hire for a position. If I have an Ivy League education, I'm much more likely to choose a candidate who does as well because we have that in common. Next, we have maternal bias. This is where parents are viewed as less competent and less able to handle their commitments as a result of taking care of their children. There's also intersectionality bias. This is when people with multiple identities experience multiple forms of discrimination. Let's say, for example, there's a Black woman from an inner city area. These are 3 different identities, each of which are faced with their own discrimination. Some people experience multiplicative discrimination because they have multiple identities. Thinking about why we react the way we do is important self-reflection. Think about your background or reasons you may be reacting in that way. Performing this self-reflection is crucial in helping us navigate these difficult conversations. There are many similarities in how we approach anti-racism and attitudes against people with disabilities, which we typically refer to as anti-ableism. People oftentimes like to remain fixed in their comfort zone. They may say things such as, I don't know where to start, or I don't know what to say. But if you've already gone through this process of self-reflection, you'll be armed with greater confidence and be ready to say things like, I'll listen, I'll read, I'll watch, I will speak against injustice. If your fixed comfort zone causes you to be fearful, you may think, I don't want to get something wrong, or to be called out. I'm not of that identity. I don't want to engage and make mistakes. But if you have that growth and courage mindset, you can accept that you will make mistakes. But you will engage in those uncomfortable conversations regardless and be grateful for the lesson. I often experience this. People are truly afraid to talk to me. They're afraid of being called out for potential misunderstandings. As a result, what frequently happens when I attend conferences is I spend my time alone with the interpreters. People are in their comfort zones, and it's easier for them to just not talk to me than it is to be assertive and try. All you need to do is come up, introduce yourself, and try different methods until you find what works. It could be using your phone, notes with pen and paper, anything to just initiate the conversation. Another fixed comfort zone attitude is that no matter what I do, it's not going to make a difference. Nothing's going to change. But if you have a growth courage mindset, you believe that things can only happen if you take the risk, that you'll become part of something bigger. For example, my doctoral advisor took a risk by accepting me as a student. I am confident she would tell you her growth as an individual, as a scientist, was significant. So much so that she came to truly understand what it means to be inclusive in the sciences. Another fixed comfort zone area is not wanting to be involved in politics, saying you don't have the time for it. But a growth and courage mindset looks at this as a human rights issue and one that we must make the time and put in the effort for. This will lead us to taking a more proactive stance. As I mentioned earlier, intersectionality is the interconnection of multiple identities. We all have different identities. If you look at the person in the image, you can see them reflected in different colors: yellow, light green, dark green. These colors are representative of the various identities. For me, perhaps green is my deaf identity, red is my identity as a woman, yellow reflects my white identity, and the blue my identity as a scientist. Now, of course, what is seen as our strongest identity depends upon the person perceiving us. Oftentimes, what they see first is my deaf identity, when what I wish they would see first is my identity as a scientist. A good example of this was my experience attending a conference. I was in the midst of talking with someone when another individual approached me. They told me they'd seen the interpreter, they thought it was really cool, they were interested in the different signs for STEM terms. It was clear this individual saw me as deaf first. But when I'm at a scientific conference, my primary identity is as a scientist. I ignored their questions about the interpreter, the signs, the novelty of it all, and asked what research projects they were working on. I wanted to show them my primary identity in this context was scientist. I'm here at this conference as a scientist. Now, yes, of course, I do have a deaf identity, but in this particular context, I want to have a conversation as scientist to scientist. As you work through your own self-reflective process, one thing you'll notice is yourself becoming more proactive and less reactive. It's easier to adapt and accommodate when you already have the mindset that you need to prepare ahead of time, plan appropriately, and be more proactive and less reactive. An example of this would be to include funding in your conference planning process to provide interpreters or to provide captions for plenary talks. And eventually, it becomes part of your norm. Also, when you're hosting virtual conferences, such as this one, if you pre-record the videos, it becomes much easier to add captions. Your conference becomes fully accessible because you were proactive about it. This is much more preferable than receiving a request for accommodations from a deaf attendee, only to realize you have nothing in place, causing a panic. Again, if you have that proactive mindset, it becomes your norm. And we are now beginning to publish best practices in making our professional societies more inclusive. This paper was published last week in Frontiers in Education. It was authored by a group of deaf scientists who are all members of the Association for Research in Otolaryngology. They present 5 pillars for inclusion. They are fostering peer mentor groups, proactively providing equal access, as just mentioned, easing financial burdens, recruiting for leadership positions, which I can't emphasize enough. Having more people with disabilities in leadership positions means they're visible and already thinking about all these things. We need to elevate people with disabilities in leadership positions. And the final pillar is to establish a culture of equity and inclusion. This is a great paper for you to read. I've also published an opinion piece in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution, encouraging people to think about meeting frameworks to being more inclusive. The previous opinion piece in Nature had highlighted diversity, but again, forgot to include disability. In our opinion piece, I, along with 2 other authors, encouraged readers to remember this and explained best practices in conference inclusion. Another point I'd like to discuss is featured here. The woman you see in the image talks about her experiences. As a graduate student more than 20 years ago, I experienced firsthand the frustrations of not being permitted on both small and large research vessels. I had to explain that simple adaptations were absolutely fine and that everyone on the boat would be safe. If that individual had just been comfortable enough to ask, and by comfortable I mean willing to step out of their comfort zone and engage in an uncomfortable conversation, we would have easily come to a resolution. To be perfectly honest, if I'm on a ship and I see everyone around me jumping overboard, I'm jumping too. It's common sense. So it's incredibly frustrating to hear from one of my own students, who is currently a graduate student at the University of Miami, that they're encountering the same barriers. Being told that they can't board the ship and that they're not permitted to take a motorboat licensing course. Really? Think about their biases. Why have they come to believe we're not capable? I can't believe 20 years have passed and the frustrations I experienced then are still taking place today. We truly need to reflect on this and ask ourselves why it is still occurring. Also, for your information, I serve on a committee for the National Academy of Sciences and will be offering a virtual conversation series on leading practices for improving accessibility and inclusion for people with disabilities. This includes those who work in the field, lab, or computational sciences. The first virtual presentation is set to take place December 16th, 2021. Please take a look at their website for more information, including Zoom links. This will be a series of 5 conversations. I'm very excited about these and hope you will join us there for an opportunity to learn more and from more people. Thank you.
That was great, Dr. Solomon. Thank you so much for sharing your insight with us today. While Geography 2050 is complimentary for you, it requires considerable resources to host this week-long event. Please consider making a tax-deductible contribution today to help offset the cost of production. It's very easy. Just go to the Geography 2050 website and click on the Donate Now button. Thank you. Now we'll move to a panel discussion, Transportation and Equity, Putting Money Where the Need is Greatest, moderated by Andrea D'Amato. Ms. D'Amato is also an AGS council member, and we are very pleased with this very special panel that she's put together. Andrea?
Welcome, and thank you for joining today's session on mobility and equity in transportation, putting the money where the need is the greatest. The purpose of a point-counterpoint session is to give voice to differing perspectives on the issues, as there are always multiple opinions and voices in the world that we live. Although we're all committed to the concept of equity, there are many different lenses to view the problems and therefore to define the solutions. Today's speakers have significant experience in different areas, the academic and government, and they will illuminate the complexity of the issues and approaches to changing the equity equation in transportation. So first, let me turn to a quick introduction of our speakers. Dr. Ed Glazer is the Fred and Eleanor Glim Professor of Economics and the Chair of the Economics Department at Harvard University, where he has taught since 1992. He has studied cities, transportation, and housing for decades and co-leads a Department of Transportation Infrastructure project at the National Bureau of Economic Research. He is the author of Triumph of the City and more recently, Survival of the City. Welcome, Dr. Glazer.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here.
Gloria Jeff is currently serving as Minnesota DOT's Metro District's Livability Director. Previously, she has served at all levels of government, from the Wichita Area Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization, Deputy Administrator and Associate Administrator for Policy at the Federal Highway Administration, Deputy Director and Deputy Director for Planning and Division Administrator at the Michigan Department of Transportation and General Manager of the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. She has represented and led the United States government delegations in international settings, transportation issues in the Asian Pacific region, and the International Association of Road Congresses. Currently, Ms. Jeff is the co-chair of the Transportation Research Board's Committee on Transportation and Equity, which launched its first ever conference a month ago. Welcome, Gloria.
Thank you. It's always good to see you. Ed, I look forward to our dialogue. I think that we'll have a wonderful conversation.
Me too. I look forward to it very much as well.
Great. So I'm going to start with just setting the tone. The pandemic has challenged transportation owners and operators in ways that actually has reframed why, how, and for whom transportation services are provided. There have been many conversation themes over the past 18 months in the industry, including all modes. And one that's come up to the top is the need to shift the focus from how we move people and goods from A to B to how do we identify who needs what type of service and when. So what I'd like to do is start with each of you providing your perspective on what you see a key takeaway and learning has been as a result of the pandemic. And in that context, can you address in your own expert opinion, what are some key organizational challenges and changes necessary to adapt to this shift in focus on transportation from just an asset to build and maintain to one that fundamentally shifts resources to better serve all people, not just those with the means and the clout? I'd like to first ask Dr. Glazer if he would begin.
Great, thank you. So the question of who is transportation for and what is it meant to achieve should always have been front and center. And this is a larger point about cities, structures, and infrastructure. Real cities are not buildings, they're not railroads, they're not highways, they're not bridges. Real cities are people. And infrastructure only makes sense when it is designed with people in mind, which it is, empowers and enables ordinary individuals to find a better future, to make their way through life. And that's fundamentally the point. Now, in the case of infrastructure and transportation infrastructure, the danger is that some of the infrastructure is just so snazzy that it's hard not to get overly excited by it, right? So, think about the people mover monorail in the 1970s. It looked like something out of, a space odyssey. Or think about, the glories of high-speed rail, magnificent to look at. But often when you start looking at the dollars and cents of it and ask yourself, who's really going to benefit from this? Is this something that's actually going to enable, poorer Californians to find their way into the future? Or is it going to be some, monument to human progress, sort of like a World's Fair exhibit from 1964? And I think in many cases, these investments often seem more like the latter. And I think this emphasis on monumentalism in infrastructure is also what has led America away from what is, I believe it should be the cornerstone of most of our public transit systems, which is the bus. Buses are flexible, buses are inexpensive, buses can be targeted well, buses can be subsidized without breaking the bank, and we can upgrade the technology, right? We can make them electric, we can make them autonomous. There's lots of things that we can do on buses, and there's not a lot that you can do on an intra-urban train that you can't do with a bus on a dedicated lane. For many inter-urban trains, right? You think about going from Milwaukee to Chicago, it may well be that an autonomous bus on a dedicated lane basically delivers all you're hoping for from a train at a fraction of the cost. So I think really having a human focus to all forms of infrastructure is really absolutely central. I would highlight a couple of other things that, to me, one of the central lessons of the pandemic is that it has reminded us of just how enormously unequal the world is and how enormously unequal the ability to use technology has been, right? So in May of 2020, the height of the remote work boom, 50 million Americans were working remotely. What share of people with advanced degrees were working remotely? 68.9%. What share of high school dropouts were working remotely? 5%. The remote work revolution was really hugely divided by education and by industry, right? And we have a huge need going forward to address these inequities. Those inequities then played out in terms of mortality, right? This was a terrible mortality event at the low end of the income distribution. At the high end of the income distribution, it doesn't actually look as if mortality went up at all in 2020. So it really is a very divergent thing. And yet, here's the problem, right? We do not have unlimited resources. If we're trying to do it at the city level, cities are particularly constrained because remote work has made it easier to relocate than ever. And so if we end up trying to chase every progressive ideal at the city level, we're going to end up seeing, seeing the rich run away. We're going to end up seeing businesses run away. And even at the national level, where we really don't have to fear about this, right? We really do need our investments to be smarter. We need to make sure that we are choosing transportation, education, other forms of investment that are actually making a difference rather than just spending. And so for me, at least, this makes the case in transportation, as in every place else, that we need to up our game. We need to be smarter about all of our investments. We need to do serious cost benefit analysis on everything. And we need to, on everything, take into account what is this doing for making sure that America does a better job at creating upward mobility for those children who start with more. And so that's what I see as the takeaway. Yes, there's a need to, right longstanding injustices, absolutely, and we should never forget that. But at the same time, we don't have limited resources. Cities are even more constrained, and that means we need to be smarter as well as fairer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gloria?
Dr. Glazer and I agree on one thing, that transportation investment is all about people, but for very different reasons. Indeed, we spent a lot of time looking at transportation as a means to get from point A to point B. It was a means to move conquering armies. It was a way to move their supply chain. It was a way in the 20th century to complete America's manifest destiny of spanning from coast to coast, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Canada to Mexico. And we find ourselves now having completed that manifest destiny of connecting the things called the coast and our northern and southern boundaries with the dilemma of, okay, you can get on a roadway and go from New York City to San Francisco without a stoplight. So what? What's the experience? Why are people needing to make that movement? For a time, for those who remember the Great Migration, it was an opportunity for moving from a life of deprivation to a life with promised opportunity. It was in the post-Second World War era, an opportunity to look at production and connecting it to where the consumers were. It was also about efficiency, it was about time savings. And therein lies the danger of only focusing on benefits and costs, in that we are able to quantitatively identify benefits and costs, but the qualitative elements that have to do with the value of people's time. While buses are indeed an important element of the urban structure, they would not have worked nearly as efficiently if faced with the issue of moving those from the great southern lands of America to the northern cities of production following the First and Second World Wars. So while buses indeed have that flexibility, they also, like they do in Russia, provide a mechanism for limiting where you can go, when you can go, if you can go. One of the things that we learned in the pandemic as we watched public transit system after public transit system reduce or eliminate service, it was into the places where there was quote unquote low ridership. The recognition that people weren't using those lines at the same level meant that they didn't have a choice. So there was a greater need for those low volume ridership routes to remain. But again, the decision was focused not on those who don't have choice, but the focus was on those who do have choice. We have consistently had decision makers who look like the folks that Dr. Glazer described, the well-educated, the higher income, while those who look and represent opportunities to be acquired were not at the decision tables. And that's the big takeaway from the pandemic. When we look at who makes decisions, whether it's in Minnesota or New York or Mississippi or Alabama, the folks who make those decisions about transportation investments are always focusing on what do those who have opportunities need to continue their opportunities, as opposed to focusing on where is the real need for transportation. I think the challenge that has been put to transportation decision makers as a result of the pandemic is we need to shift from meeting the needs of the manifest destiny expansionism to what are the needs of those who are most dependent on limited number of choices.
You both highlight that there's a lot of history to the transportation network, and that history has become almost cultural in the way that the money is spent. The investment decisions are largely dominated, as you've noted, by economic interests, because there is a need to actually put that infrastructure in place. There is a need to get those goods and services. And that has actually shaped the way, the how, the who we serve. It hasn't always been on the people. And that's a really significant challenge that we have ahead of us, is how do you change that conversation? And in fact, how do you change the cultures in which the institutions and the funding mechanisms have been created to now actually be more flexible, to look more at people first? Gloria, do you want to start?
Absolutely. I think the biggest shift that has to take place in the industry, whether it's public, private, not-for-profit, is a recognition that lived experience is as valuable as learned experience and learned skill sets. Too often we depend on the traffic engineer, on the transportation planner, on the elected officials who quote unquote represent the people to be the voices, as opposed to the grandma who's raised 3 generations of kids in her house and knows what makes sense in terms of movements, who knows what the choices are, who understands things as basic as, much as I might think it would be lovely to ride my bike to the grocery store, because I have not only multiple choices within a 5 to 10 minute bike ride from my home, that the reality is I've got 3 teenagers who are just regular teenagers. I've got their friends, the kids in the neighborhood who don't have parents at home, but who view my home, and somehow or another going to the grocery store on my bicycle will neither meet that need nor that role that I have in the community, which is much more about how I am viewed and services that I provide to that community than it is about the fact that I need to go from my house to the grocery store. What's the most efficient way to do that? I need to be able to do it with more choices. Does it mean that my only choice is the not recognized by the government jitney, by my neighbor, or is it that I need a transit service that isn't focused on how do I get the office worker into their bright glass shiny building, but rather focused on how do I get folks around their neighborhoods, and their neighborhoods may be much larger because they don't live within a 15-minute bike ride or walk of one grocery store, much less 5 grocery stores that will help them meet the volume that they need, because their role is the universal grandmother, not just the grocery buyer for a household of 3. Those are the biggest shifts. It's beginning to think about how do those lived experiences that we don't quantify in terms of vehicle miles of travel, that we don't quantify in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, that we don't quantify in the lived experience, get factored in to a benefit cost analysis.
Dr. Glazer.
Great. So I feel like I need to defend both a more holistic cost benefit analysis and also, say yet another word about the humble bus. But I'm going to start. I may come back to that, but I want to start with an institutional point since that was the main question. So I think it is often useful for city governments, and I would include some transit agencies in this as well, although things are a little bit more difficult, to clearly separate themselves into 2 different functions. So it is often helpful for city governments to think of themselves as a for-profit real estate development company that is entirely owned by a not-for-profit poverty alleviation entity, poverty alleviation organization. The reason why this is helpful, it is useful when thinking about the things that the city government does for businesses and for the rich, to stay focused on how do you get as much money out of that as possible. That is the for-profit element of this. And then the other element is then you're going to take that money and then you're going to try and figure out how it can do the most use for those people who start with less, right? To really clearly separate this out. So for example, if you were, when I talked to the city of Cape Town in South Africa, they have a shiny inner city harbor area that is amongst the more glamorous real estate in the world. That is a for-profit entity. They should be dealing with that as a for-profit entity, and then they should be taking that money and putting it into, transportation in the townships, or schooling in the townships, and doing things to empower ordinary residents. Now, what does that mean for transportation? Be clear in your mind about what it is that you're going to subsidize and that you're going to use to empower and allow mobility of the poor, and then be clear about what it is that you're going to use as a way of making money, or at the very least, you're not going to give money away for it. So when it comes to moving goods over space, when it comes to moving like ordinary products, right, there is no reason why we should be subsidizing most of that, right? More products are consumed by the rich than the poor. More products are, this is an energy intensive, congestion intensive thing. Companies should pay for the transportation that they use to move their goods, right? Consequently, we should have some combination of gas taxes, road taxes, or facility taxes that actually charges for this. Case is even stronger when you're thinking about people who are flying, right? The average person flying in and out of John F. Kennedy Airport has an income that's 10 times higher than the average American. It makes no sense to use ordinary tax dollars to subsidize that. And so in these cases, you really do want to separate these. And if they're connected in part of the same transit system to providing transit for the poorest residents, you really do want to then take those revenues and use them to cross-subsidize the poor. In terms of how do we get more voices of those people who aren't transportation engineers? I think there are 2 ways of doing it. One of which is we certainly do want their voices at the table, but it's also just really helpful to see what they do. When you make a service available, do people use it? And that's one of the beauties of things like the bus, are that you can lease the buses. You don't have to commit to a $3 billion infrastructure project before you try out some bus service, right? You try some bus service, you run something in that area, and if people take it, which is another way that ordinary people express their voices, right? Then you're actually able to use it. 2 minor points that just on defense. I just want to call out the remarkable role that Greyhound buses played during the Great Migration, right? This was not an entirely Illinois Central thing. This is a thing in which buses also played a role in this momentous event in American history. And while I'm saying that, let me also strongly agree that the transportation system of Europe was still based on Roman roads that, whereas was entirely correctly put down, this was about conquest and victory, and that's why they were down there. And that could not be more correct on this. And finally, I just want to argue that I think the right alternative to cost-benefit analysis that's not sufficiently holistic is to try to make your cost-benefit analysis more holistic and to take into account quality of experience, not to say we're going to give up on cost-benefit analysis, because there's no area in which it's easier to waste trillions of dollars than large-scale infrastructure projects.
If I might respond, we are in agreement on a couple of things. Buses, by definition, are an important tool, but they are one element in the toolkit of transportation, not in and of itself the totality of the solution. In the same way that there are those who believe that the transportation system was all about moving goods from one coast to the other, that it is, and that in doing that, you solved all transportation problems, in the same way that the canals of the 20th century were viewed as a solution to a major problem. They were a part of the solution, not in the totality of it. What becomes important in the 21st century is viewing the transportation system as a whole, of which transit, buses, aircraft, railroads. I live in a state where maritime is important, are all part of how we address this issue of transporting people and the experiences that they have. There are communities here in Minnesota, in the state of Michigan, where the concept of a career in maritime doesn't even occur to many of the young people, because they don't talk about the maritime system, whether it's the ferries that run hazardous materials between the ports in Detroit and the ports in Canada, because you can't run them through the railroad and you don't want to run them over bridges. They don't even know that there are such career opportunities, because for them, that's not part of the transportation system. One of the shifts has to be this whole perspective about where are there careers in transportation? And more importantly, and it's the point I'll keep coming back to, is lived experience becomes important at the decision-making table, and that those like Dr. Glazer, who have advanced knowledge of the era and the importance of economics, understand that it is not simply about what you can quantify, but it is about what is the qualitative experience. That's the difference between the 20th and the 21st century. In the 20th century, we were about the quantity of the movement. In the 21st century, it's not only about the quantity of people, goods, and freight that we move, but it is also about the quality of the experience, not only during the movement, but of those who are impacted by the movement.
Gloria brings up a good point. I was going to bring this conversation to the National Forum, where both of you have, and currently have significance in influencing by virtue of your experience and your positions. However, Gloria, you just raised this whole point on careers, which I would love to hear Dr. Glazer's perspective on where that's going in terms of helping, including new generations, broadening the conversation at the education level about the opportunities and the need to focus. Could you comment on that?
So I believe very strongly that we have underestimated the value of vocational training in this country, that we have done too little to actually create skills that have real market value, partially because the K through 12 experience just was never really well geared towards that, although we do have some great vocational high schools. One of the options that's out there is doing more experimental things, which federally funded, they can wrap around existing education experiences. So vocational training that's on, on the weekends, on summer programs, at nights. You can fund them, with essentially with public dollars, but you can source them from a whole range of sources. You can have these programs created by the trade unions. You can have them created by not-profits or community colleges or by for-profit companies. The beauty with most vocational skills, as opposed to, for example, have you created a broad citizen? Have you created a deep thinker? Is you can actually judge whether or not someone has become a programmer or a plumber at the moment of graduation. And so you can have pay for performance. And if there are for-profit companies that are trying to scam the system, you'll find it out. You'll be able to avoid paying them. So I think that that's a great place for us to think about vocational training for transportation. And again, the kinds of programs you're going to want to fund are going to reflect what we think is going on in terms of labor demand in that area. But this is a terrific place where we can try and make sure people are aware of these jobs and are skilled in doing these jobs. And I, again, I want to say 2 points on defense. I want to note that, of course, I agree that buses aren't everything. Of course they're not, but they are the unfortunate ugly duckling that deserves to be treated a bit more like a swan. That was my point on this. And secondly, I believe very strongly that with the view that we want a focus on quality as well as quantity, but you can still put numbers on quality as well. And that doesn't mean giving up on cost benefit analysis.
Gloria, you have a significant experience working with a number of nonprofits and advocacy organizations, as well as working with TRB's Minority Fellows Program. Can you comment on that? Because I think you'll have a different perspective.
I concur that we need more, as I've already raised, more focus on careers. I think that one of the dangers is this focus on the vocational element. Yes, there is a need. Gloria describes it as doing the work in the ditch. There is work that does need to be done in terms of land surveyors, in terms of project managers, construction managers. Those are important elements of any transportation system, whether it's the construction of the bus maintenance facility or if it is the construction of the airport. But they don't begin and end there. Young people today, in the same way that pens and pencils were the essential tools for Dr. Glazer and I, for young people today, the concept of sitting and coding and dealing with virtual environments is very much a part of that. Kids today want things that are, as they describe it, sexy. And most folks don't realize that the same skill set that it takes to program a traffic signal system is the same skill set that it takes to program their favorite online game. And I'm not going to name them because I'm going to give my age away, because I'm sure that they are well outdated and are much more upgraded than my recollection of them when my kids were younger. But I think that it is that breadth. The idea of managing billions of dollars in investments also needs to be part of that scenario. There is not a transportation entity, public or private, that doesn't need to have financial advisors. So again, it is important that we focus on the career opportunities, but it's the full breadth of those career opportunities that become important. It is not just focusing on, and my bias will show, when I think of vocational education, I think of those who work not at those positions that are at the decision-making table for large infrastructure investments.
At this point, Ed, unless you have something else you want to add, I'm going to shift the focus. Okay, great. Thank you. This is a very helpful discussion. As we're talking about education, I think that it's good to actually start to shift to talking a little bit about data, because that's part of what we're looking to change the way things work. And as you both know very well, is that data defines policy, process, and how and to whom we provide mobility services and transportation for all modes. Gloria just mentioned bikes. Dr. Glaze has been talking a lot about bus services, but it's also Uber, Lyft, transit, and the way we spend money on highways. And it's a pretty broad system. However, data on underserved and highly transportation dependent populations is limited. And that has resulted in a significant mismatch of programs, projects, mobility services. We need to develop unbiased data to address the inequities in the mobility services by both the public and the private sectors. And this is critical for making a case to shift practice. And as we discussed, funding. Can you please state, in your professional opinion, where you feel the need for data is the greatest and why? I don't know who would like to speak first.
I'll take a stab at it. You know me, shy, quiet, and retiring. There are a couple of things about the data is very comfortably handled when we look at regional or national or citywide numbers. Alan Pozarski's work with Commuting in America was, for transportation, the aha moment. We looked at data that said the number of licensed drivers has flattened out. What Alan did was take the next step and say, what does that mean? And when he did the next step down, it had flattened out because the number of white males as a proportion of the population who were of age to get licenses had flattened. But when you did a dive underneath that, you found that there were more women who were now driving, regardless of age, regardless of ethnicity. You found that there were certain subpopulation groups like brown, Black, Asian women who were now in record numbers and in significant proportions gaining their driver's license. What that meant that there was going to be a dramatic change in the nature of travel because the old standard was no longer valid. The travel of the white male going to and from work, the data all showed the number of trips that they made was significantly fewer. The lengths of their trips were significantly longer. And so the same is true when we look at data. We have data that talks about the number of households in a community. We have the number of occupants in that household, but what we don't have rich data that tells us, and I'll pick on the traffic engineers because they're always fun, is they have a standard that says 3 feet per second is the cross time you should assume, as opposed to let me look at the census data that tells me about the composition, or the Americans Community Survey data that tells me about the composition. If I have a neighborhood that is 65% over the age of 70, they may not be doing 3 feet per second. Their travel time across an intersection may be shorter, and therefore we need to make adjustments, as opposed to we have a universal standard. That data helps inform. We also have difficulty in undercounts of those populations who are most likely to be the highest users of the buses that Dr. Glazer is such an advocate for. Their needs are not often represented because they're so badly underrepresented. And it has to do with their fear of government. And it doesn't matter whether they're folks like me, which are native born American citizens who happen to be of a darker hue, or individuals who have come here from other countries seeking a better life. There is an intentional mistrust of government, so they don't provide the information. So how do we utilize community-based organizations to help us collect the data becomes the real challenge. There is not a church or a place of worship that doesn't know how many members they have on the roll, where those members live, and where those members' needs are. Yet that's never a data source that we go to. There is not a rec center where the kids hang out after school as a safe place, where they don't know who those kids are, where those kids live, what their some basic SE, social economic data. And so it means looking at completely different data sources than we are historically, because they don't have the rigor of those who design survey instruments like.
It might also be speaking to who actually goes to those communities and talks, because we have a traditional way of doing that. And Gloria, it sounds like from what you're bringing up, that might be some of the reason why during the pandemic, the bus service didn't go to where it needed, because we weren't getting to the communities and we weren't hearing from them and we didn't know how to talk to them. Dr. Glazer, I'm sure you have a strong opinion on this as well.
So three thoughts. One of which is we do have some pretty amazing data sources right now on transportation that just come from the government. I mean, I can't think of doing much without the National Household Travel Survey or without the American Community Survey's annual look. But these are supposed to be nationally representative samples. But I agree strongly with the view that we always need to interrogate our data sources on this and ask how are they doing in terms of getting to everyone and what are they missing. So these data sets are good and they need to continue. And there's always a push to cut various forms of census products, but these are a valuable way for us to get a sense as to who in America is commuting to work, by what length. What the census, as opposed to the NHTS, is bad at are all trips that are not just trips to work. So the census tells you how people are commuting to work and how long it takes them. They're not telling you how many other trips. And for that, you need something like the NHTS, which gives you a broader view of how everyone is commuting. Second source of data. We learned about mobility during the pandemic in a way that we never had before because of the widespread availability of cell phone records at very tight geographies. There also are cell phone companies that actually give you the whole, there are provider companies that give you the whole set of cell phone records. Kids are usually purged from this, but you have a fair amount, there was a new paper by Matt Jenskow and Susan Athey that's forthcoming in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which looks at the experience segregation of people during the day by looking at what happens to cell phones during the day of people who wake up in majority-minority blocks and then move to other areas. And so we're getting a picture from this kind of big data of how people are moving out, and that's valuable. And there are all sorts of interesting things that come out of this. So, for example, together with Gabriel Kleindler, we're using Uber data on vertical acceleration to measure road roughness in every neighborhood in Chicago and otherwise in the city. So that can give us a sort of real-time view of international road roughness in a way that doesn't have to wait for the large official standards to go out. So that's a second view. The third thing, though, I think is valuable is to do more in terms of local surveys of citizens. And so I have been pushing for this in the context of police reform. And I'm sorry to take a slightly off topic on this, but I believe very strongly that Peter Drucker was right when he said what gets measured gets managed. And the fact of the matter is we have very good data on reported crimes, and we have very poor data on how ordinary citizens are experiencing their interactions with police. And so police prioritize crime and don't prioritize the experience of the citizen interaction. Until we have regular metrics by which we can fire police chiefs who actually don't deliver for ordinary citizens, for people of all races, for people of all ages, the kind of experience that we should expect and demand from our police force, until we measure that, we can't fire police chiefs who fail to deliver that. And so we really need to sort of have that type of measurement. And what does that mean for transportation? If you're going to engage in some kind of regular survey of your citizens about how they're finding the cops, then why shouldn't you also engage in the same kind of survey for asking how they're finding the transportation service and what are their problems with transportation and what's going on? And you can design that survey in a way that is representative at the city level and that makes sure, and maybe you do exactly want to work with local church organizations to make sure you're getting people from all areas and make sure they actually trust the surveyor. So I think that's sort of a third tool. So just to highlight, continue to invest in the big governmental surveys that have been the mainstay of much of our research. 2, do more with big data that's available from, all sorts of fortuitous providers, be it Uber or be it cell phone data. And 3, do more to make sure you holistically survey ordinary people and their experience with government of all levels. And that includes both transportation and police.
Oh, no, Gloria, if you have a comment on that. I think those are excellent points. I think one of the challenges that we talked about during the equity conference at TRB was there's a difference between voice and there's a difference between decision making. And the challenges with each of those are very different, and the techniques and methods by which you approach those are different. Do each of you have a comment on that?
Power sharing is really what we're talking about. And it is one of the things that those of us who sit at decision tables take as a very important element of identity, as an important element of purpose. And in that context, the idea of sharing that power, of being able to not have the unilateral veto authority is problematic. We sit at those tables and we seek the input. We take great pride, both the public and the private sector. Private sector says, what do my clients need? What do my customers want? But at the end of the day, we want to sit the decision making. So what has to happen is those who sit at that decision table cannot just be those subject matter experts who are knowledgeable and should be at the table, but it's also got to include those with the lived experience who may not have the necessary initials after their names. And I say that as one of those privileged folks who sit at the table because I've got the right set of initials, but the lived experience is as important. It is ironic when you look at many boards of directors or state departments of transportation or city departments of transportation and look at who carries title in those entities, and then look at the populations they serve. And if there's a match, glory, hallelujah. But in most instances, there's a mismatch, and that lived experience becomes important. Do they represent the mom of two teenage boys who are athletes, whose teammates hang out at their house? And while that's a wonderful thing for the parent because you know who they're with and what they're doing, the challenge of feeding teenage males and females, which are the sharks, as much as we like to talk about them as being the ultimate eating machines, I'm sorry, teenagers will eat a shark if it stands still long enough and tastes good. Or they've been challenged to eat a piece of it. So this idea that somehow or another that experience isn't valid isn't true, because you've got to deal with, oh, mom's got to go do the grocery shopping, and mom doesn't do that grocery shopping between 9 and 5. Mom may do that grocery shopping at 10 or 11, which is why the grocery store is still open 24 hours, because that's when it makes sense for her schedule. But she needs to ride the bus, but the bus stopped running because the volumes were too low to make it self-sustaining. I like Dr. Glazier's idea of bifurcate the system. Those routes that you operate for profit and those that you don't, that was the model before government got involved in transit service. And when they could no longer identify enough for-profit lines, they abandoned the service altogether and left it to government to operate. But if we can go back to those days and create that model again, so be it. Cape Town is a wonderful community. It is very much like those parts of America where tourism is dependent as a primary source of funding. Let's talk about that. Instead, what are we doing? We're building wonderful, glitzy, complete with the idea of I'm on vacation, I want to get away from my realities, not how do I get more of what I have every day. So that's my thought on that. I look forward to our closing comments.
And we are getting to the closing comments. So what I'd like each of you to address, please, is that the American Geographical Society, as you all know, is comprised of teachers, students, academics, business leaders, companies, as well as many levels of public sector government professionals. We have a number of people here today. We have record attendance, and I would just like you to give them some advice on how they can best use their skills to change this conversation, change actions to include more equity in the transportation industry for people using the system and for the delivery of goods. Please let this community know how they can help. Either one of you can take that. Gloria, I'm going to punt it over to you.
It should be Gloria first.
Okay, Gloria, please.
I'm excited, in case you haven't noticed, I really do love the profession associated with transportation. I'm excited about it. I think geography gets a bad rap because it's, in many people's minds, simply about location. And while location is important, it's also understanding how location worked. For example, we think about where highway, roads, and streets are located, but what we don't think about is in many modern cities, transportation got located where there weren't people who could sit at the table and make decision-making and influence decisions that were made. And so when we think about those geographies, why did those geographies lose out? It's beginning to help people understand, and I'm sure that there are folks who are already doing this, that not just focus on longitude and latitude locations or just on urban versus rural versus fringe, but really do begin to talk about what are the nature of those communities, who lives there and why. Was there redlining that forced a particular area to be where you found the majority of people of color? Were there tribal affiliations that caused folks to gather in a particular location? Was there the work of the land that became the reason for their locations? And how does that feed into land use decisions, not just infrastructure decisions down the road? I think the other thing is make it fun. There's some great stories around geography. I have friends who say, Gloria, I learned more about Detroit from you than I did living in Detroit for the last 20 years as a non-native Detroiter. Like, I didn't know there used to be a Verner's plant located on Woodward Avenue. I didn't know that that wonderful upscale restaurant that's 3 blocks from the Verner's, from where the Verner's plant used to be, was actually the home of one of the auto barons. I didn't know that the elite catering location on the waterfront used to be. Yeah, it's making it interesting. What are the fun facts? This was home to the very first arcade for roller skating. You know, pick something, but make it fun so that you not only know the longitude, latitude of a location, but why it mattered.
Thank you.
I would start by saying that, you know, the starting point is just how much place matters. How much place matters to all of us. It matters to those of us who go into an office who are next to us. It matters to those of us who are growing up in an urban neighborhood, or, you know, sitting out under the sky in the middle of the West. Place really matters. And that's one of the things we've really learned, is just how enormously different the economic outcomes are for kids who are growing up in different urban neighborhoods, and how, you know, I urge you to take a look at the Opportunity Atlas that my colleague Raj Chetty and Nathan Hendren have put together as sort of a great place of understanding how different these outcomes can be, and how much that, you know, pushes us towards a sense of, you know, the need to do better in terms of empowering ordinary citizens and upgrading the quality of education and other factors that improve mobility in the US. So the first thing is just recognizing how much place matters. The second thing is understanding how many things interact with place. Transportation is, I believe, probably the most important, right, in terms of shaping our cities. Our cities are shaped by the transportation technologies that were dominant in the era in which they're created. Our older cities are cities that are built around streetcars or built around walking spaces. Our 20th century cities are built around the car. I don't even know what our 21st century cities are going to be built on. I hope that it's something new and even more exciting. But, you know, transportation does shape place, but other things do as well, right? The economic opportunities nearby, the presence of coal mines, which gave us Pittsburgh, as well as the Three Rivers, the presence of the ports that gave us New York or Baltimore or Boston. So there are a wide range of things that shape what place does. What place does for all of us, how places operate. And in terms of engaging with it, I think the key is, exactly as was just said, make it fun, make it narrative, understand that the stories about place are the stories about America. That's how we understand who we are and where we got there. And some of it is absolutely terrible, and some of it is wonderful. And there are, you know, miraculous things as well as diabolical things that have happened in the cities of America and, you know, our small towns and our rural areas throughout history. And I believe that despite the difficulties of the pandemic, despite the enormous and terrible inequities that we face, the track record of humanity, when we are connected with each other through urban proximity and through transportation, but connected humanity has been working miracles for thousands of years. And the age of urban miracles is not over.
Thank you both very much. I really appreciate the passion that you've brought to this conversation. Your commitment is unquestionable. Your strategies, the way you're looking at it, and the key ideas that you've pulled out are going to be valuable in the conversation going forward. You're both in great positions to influence that conversation. And so I'm very, very happy you were able to share that conversation with our group here today. And to summarize some of your key points to the AGS community, get out there and listen. Oral history is amazing, not often documented. Ask hard questions. And yes, have fun. You only live one life. Let's make it the best we can possibly live for everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. And thank you all for joining us as well.
Thank you, Andrea, Gloria, and Edward. And now we're going to join with Dr. Johnson and Emmanuel, who's going to fill us in on countering barriers, practices in geography for a more equitable future.
Thanks very much for joining this presentation. I'm very honored and delighted to be here. My big thanks go to the organizers of the American Geographical Society Geography 2050 conference in 2021, and especially to Dr. D. Jordan, who invited me for this spotlight session. I'm excited to bring to you today a brief summary of my long experience as an educator, teaching, doing research, and other professional experiences as a geographer. In this presentation that I have titled Countering Barriers, Practices in Geography for a More Equitable Future. My name is Ibikwo Johnston Anumowo, and I'm a professor in the Department of Geography at SUNY Scotland. My position in this presentation is to spotlight what we as geography educators and scholars can do when it comes to concerns of social justice, equity, inclusivity, diversity, and intersectionality, because we have both the opportunity and the challenge to address topics of racism, sexism, through anti-racist and feminist perspectives, challenging power relations, be they corporate or patriarchal, using examples across the globe, and I will focus primarily on African examples as well as US examples. The point is to highlight non-ethnocentric approaches. I schooled in Nigeria, but I have spent a lot of time in the United States. And my goal is that we can continue to counter these kinds of stereotypes that misrepresent either the United States or other parts of the world. We are at an opportune time to use many classic, true, well-tested content, whether they are for advanced scholars or even for beginning scholars, helping to dispel many of the myths and hopefully using a global perspective to broaden our lenses to ensure a more equitable future. I start with what I think is one of the most robust approaches, feminist and anti-racist perspectives for the topic of inequity, by looking at what seemingly seems like a straightforward chart, giving us numbers depicting the relatively high levels, sizable, whether it's 1/4 or 50%, of female labor in agriculture across African countries. But what these data hide rather than show is that in spite of the very significant work that women do, what counts is not often what matters. In other words, invalidating, making the work of women invisible when it comes to data that shows the gallons of pipe water that's in a village, for instance, or the number of cattle that a man has, but does not have any information about the number of buckets that a woman carries on her head, how many miles she walks, or the time she spends milking the cow for the household. In the mindset of not excluding half the human, being more inclusive, it shows the need for more participatory methods and alternative analysis in geography. There are also, in our interdisciplinary subject geography, a variety of ways by which we can debunk misrepresentations through nuanced perspectives. In that example on agriculture, for instance, we could look at what is paid labor versus unpaid, who has labor-saving devices, rather than which groups of people or which subpopulations do not. Cast in an umbrella of resources, whether it's land, labor, capital, or time, most audiences, scholarly or otherwise, can readily relate to these kinds of analyses. Comparative analyses are very good. So whether it's choices among the classics that compare people of color, male versus female, or even people based on appearances and bodily image, we could extend these kinds of analyses into cross-cultural ones over in the United States, over in another country, South Africa. Then and now, not just the land alienation in countries abroad, but what exists in our own communities, like the alienation of land from native and indigenous peoples. This is a title that I think is very relevant for today's theme, A Place at the Table. It's a call for equity. It's a video that I think is very good in terms of its representativeness, whether it's the experiences of Jewish Americans, Irish Americans, new immigrants into the United States, African Americans, LGBTQ population, and so on. Additional materials, such as Jane Elliott's well-recognized content, or even changing perspectives about body image and a social construction of differences, that often means we have to tackle issues of structural violence towards particular identities and bodies. Take a look at this for a minute. No, I don't have a minute. But this is a cornerstone. And what we are seeing are the burglary proof, the times of opening in a classic inner city neighborhood. Contrast the things that are sold with the outside shops, outskirt shops, big box department stores like Walmart, on the intersections far away from the inner city, and try and consider how much you would pay for daily items in a Walmart store compared to the local inner city neighborhood. And you see the economic divide and the inequitable prices for commodities. Here's a magazine. Those of us who know about the American Geographical Society will realize that we can, using images, simple things, just in 930 words, the divide that is very prevalent in American societies. Maps that depict the racial dot map are available online, and they debunk the tendency to think that residential segregation only exists in the Deep South. In actual fact, whether it's Milwaukee or upstate New York, as shown in this image of Buffalo. In explaining why there is such divide and persistent residential segregation, We could look at a variety of reasons, the point being to avoid simplistic explanations and complicate the continuing practices and policies, whether it's redlining, which continues to have long-time effects of inequities, or whether it is linguistic profiling that contradicts the hope and the policies for fair housing. Things remain unfair in access to housing from Milwaukee to Buffalo to Baltimore. So we have to continue these difficult dialogues still, because whether it's anti-Asian or anti-Black racism, everyday racism is still pervasive. And although they are unsavory topics, they need to be discussed rather than silenced. Yes, there are changing trends. There's some progress, but headline news still show the inequitable realities of our world. Oftentimes, empirical studies are very rich in presenting the information and ways to tackle the continuing inequalities. I showcase some research that I have done in my work, looking at travel inequalities. In this first chart, what it is depicting is not just gender, but the combination of gender and race in the disproportionate tendency for immigrants, foreign-born, Black women especially, to be more dependent on public transportation. This is data for Miami. In the next chart, another dimension of inequality is the number of minutes travel time that Black workers spend when they have to go to locations, workplaces in the suburbs compared to white counterparts. Mind you, this is comparing apples to apples. Everybody has a car, and yet when it's a suburban destination, there is clearly a spatial mismatch, even among women, intersectionality and inequities. And pardon me for this typology, but consider convenient versus constrained commutes. Focus on the purple ones, not so happy. I have incorporated income into the travel time of different subgroups of the population in this data. And as you can see, it's Black women who are more constrained and experience long commutes to low-wage jobs. Suffice it to say that this shows us the gender wage gap at work and how some people, in spite of the effort, are not compensated adequately. These kind of data have very strong implications about the restricted women movement for Black women especially, cross-culturally, whether it's the United States or in South Africa. But it also draws attention to the activism and the resistance, in addition to the accomplishments of subaltern peoples across time and across space. In our goal towards more equitable access, we must incorporate other sociodemographic factors, whether it's age or parental status. And I'm pleased to say that young scholars who are doing good work, empirical work, are increasingly incorporating other elements of identity, including access to employment or lack of access to employment for people with disabilities. There's a recent study by a young scholar in Michigan who studied this for New York. In the other work that I have done, collaborative work across other locations, I focused on livelihood research. And a particular one that I want to highlight, I jokingly call the toilet paper, shows the transition from stereotypical images such as this to much more clean sanitation facilities. In this study of the privatization of public toilets in Nairobi, Kenya, the question we asked, along with my co-authors, is about equitable sanitation. Who benefits? Males, females, across socioeconomic groups? The results of the survey suggest at first that many people do, and that women disproportionately benefit on the dimensions of better privacy, increased security, and the specific needs, things that definitely we would consider meeting equitable futures. However, there is one particular dimension of inadequacy or inequitable reality. And it's what we as geographers will consider the accessibility, proximity, or the availability. As you might have noticed, women are staying longer to use the eco toilets, while men have urinals and just go in and out, more likely to spend under 5 minutes. Another dimension is the economic burden. The continuing tendency for more women to live in poverty means that even in attempts to provide services by privatizing those services, low-income women are disproportionately affected. I want to cast this into contemporary importance of sanitation and water. Consider some recent data that shows that in country after country, it's women who spend more time collecting water. Bring this to the year 2020 or 2021 in a global pandemic, and the implications are very clear, both for the employment opportunities for women or even education, because access to good toilets makes young girls stay at school more so than the attrition that could result. I'm coming towards the end, but I just want to say ways by which we can move towards equity or equitable futures is to amplify the creativity and innovations that people are doing across the board, whether it's BIPOC populations, whether it's people internationally, young people, as illustrated in these examples. It has an appeal, and it also gets to the topics of social justice. And my take-home message would be that as geographers, we do have a discipline which allows us to focus a lot on civic responsibility and to use informed and engaged practices and approaches towards inclusivity and equity. We must take advantage of this unique perspective. Whether it's in our classrooms or outside the classroom, in the ways we engage with one another, or how we can broaden participation to be inclusive in geography for geographers and others who use geographical approaches and techniques. We do have the strength as a discipline to handle controversial issues or urgent needs for equity. Since this is our subject and it's a discipline that always looks to context as a prequel to interpretation and to the global perspective as an antidote to local myopia, My final slides just highlight some things which I think are very important in broadening participation. They show you some of the work that I have done recently through international collaboration, whether it's in the area of teaching, research, the opportunities of the modern, shall we say, internet, as I am presenting now, to collaborate with folks at the University of Lagos, the hands-on things to work with the community in our role as public intellectuals, promoting work and practices towards social justice across generation, across activities, interdisciplinary, such that the work we do, and I'm especially conscious of this, because as somebody who grew up outside of the United States, who is a Black female geographer, people like me are a super minority. We find ourselves doing a lot of service work and experiential work and transformational work, reaching out to colleagues, recommendations, going to presentations, co-mentoring, learning from others through practices that help us forge alliances within and outside our locations and our disciplines in ways that I think promote the emphasis that people of color, BIPOC communities, or people in less developed countries should not be seen as victims, but also as partners, collaborators, indeed, courageous agents of change, from environmental initiatives to educational and political leadership roles. It's just a chance to say thank you very much and to end on a positive note that when it comes to topics of equity, equality, diversity, inclusion, and social justice, geographers can and are indeed well poised to move towards a more equitable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson and Umanro. And now we have a book review, a book written by Dr. John Stalin, Cyclescapes of the Unequal City, Bicycle Infrastructure and Uneven Development. And today he will be interviewed by Dr. Robin Lachenko. She's a professor of geography at Rutgers University and an AGS council member. Robin?
Great. Well, we are here today with John Stalin, who is the author of a recent book called Cyclescapes of the Unequal City, Bicycle Infrastructure and Urban Development. John's book was published by University of Minnesota Press in 2019. And this is a book that came out just before the start of the COVID pandemic, literally just a couple months before the first cases started happening. And I think it really resonates deeply in a post-COVID world. So it's, even though it was written before COVID, the rise of bicycle infrastructure, the rise of interest in cycling, which seems to be just growing and growing. So I'm really looking forward to talking with John about his book. But just by way of introduction, John is an assistant professor in the Department of Geography, Environment, and Sustainability at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. He earned a PhD in geography and global metropolitan studies from the University of California, Berkeley. And his broader work really is about, in the broad fields of urban political economy, mobility, and infrastructure. So before we get into the kind of the nitty gritty of the book, let me just open it up for a little bit to give so John can just introduce himself a little bit and just, I think, say a little bit about how he got interested in the topic of bicycling infrastructure, you know, sort of the motivation behind the book, if that would be wonderful, if you could start us off that way.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for the introduction. Yeah, so I became interested in bicycle infrastructure kind of somewhat in a roundabout way between finishing undergrad and starting a PhD program. I worked as a bicycle mechanic for about 4 years in Philadelphia. And I worked at a shop in sort of Center City, adjacent to the Italian Market District, which is now a heavily Latinx neighborhood, rather than the old line Italian neighborhood that it had been. And at our bike shop, we mainly sold used bikes and we did a lot of repairs. And I spent, you know, 10 to 20% of my day on a given day speaking Spanish, repairing work bikes for delivery riders, people who worked in kitchens, most of them young men from Mexico and Central America. At the same time, you know, I was getting into bicycling. I had my fixed gear. There was this sort of flowering of sort of hipster bike culture. And so there was this kind of dual narrative. On the one hand, it was sort of like white hipsters on bikes. On the other hand, I was spending a lot of my day helping ordinary working class people keep their bikes running. The cheapest bikes that they, you know, the best bikes that they could afford were coming from Target and Walmart.
Sure.
And they were just kind of constantly breaking down and helping people keep them running. And a lot of these young men really knew a lot about bicycles, right? They knew that they weren't great bikes, right? But that was what they could afford, right? Or what their job would pay for.
Sure, sure.
And so I spent, when I came to grad school, I sort of was casting around for different kinds of projects. And I sort of couldn't escape the kind of gravitational pull of sort of what is this about, right? There was this emerging discourse in West Coast cities. You saw it in Portland, you saw it in a few other places of sort of this kind of whiteness and cycling going together, a white sort of bourgeois culture kind of taking hold in cycling. And I knew cycling was a lot more diverse than that narrative. Nevertheless, being a good political economic geographer right there, I was looking for the material underpinnings of that perception, right? That sort of understanding. And so that's how I sort of got my way into this field, not via sort of transportation geography, not via planning, but really via sort of political economy and thinking about that juncture of the material and the ideological as it sort of manifests in space.
Yeah, it's really interesting, you know, that disconnect, because that is that disconnect rather between the work, kind of folks bicycling to work and folks using bikes for recreation, for fun, for going to the coffee shop, and sort of bringing out, like, really telling a story about larger structural inequalities. Yeah, so that's a great, you know, introduction, I think, to the thinking in the book. So what I want to do now is, could I ask you to spend a few minutes kind of giving us a little bit of a sense of, you know, the main points of the book, the kind of core arguments. And then I have a few follow-up questions, but I'd love to just turn it over to you for a few minutes to give us kind of that sense of what this book was really about. I really enjoyed reading it, and I think our viewers will really enjoy hearing about it.
Cool, yeah, great. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen because I have some visuals.
I'll go ahead and mute myself then.
Okay, great. Yeah, the book is called Cyclescapes of the Unequal City, Bicycle Infrastructure and Uneven Development. And what it's really about is in the past decade, bicycling goes from the social margins really to the mainstream, a certain kind of mainstream of urban transportation in the United States in particular, right? And it now serves as kind of a key signifier of progressive urban policy and is a key part of efforts to build a low carbon or sort of human scale city. And basically what I'm arguing in the book is that these transformations are not just happening in isolation. They're embedded in broader processes of urban and regional restructuring, the rise of sustainability as a dominant logic of urban capital accumulation, shifts in business culture towards human capital and talent, a recognition of quality of life as a city's competitive assets, sort of building on that human capital and talent type of perspective, and the reversal of so-called white flight alongside the suburbanization of poverty. And so it was really within this conjuncture, mobility becomes a medium through which differing relationships to urban change are experienced and contested. And I think bicycling is a kind of really fruitful lens for thinking about these socio-spatial processes. Right, and so this is our picture of the sort of the human scale, data-driven type of city here on the left, very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, modeled on the sort of Northern European ideal of this, again, this kind of human scale bicycling city. And then on the right, oh, sorry, this is the caption is a little bit wrong there. On the right, this is just an advertisement that I saw in Mexico City. Sort of the car is obsolete in this narrative, and bicycling is of course progressive, right? Creating a better tomorrow, right? So it's not limited to the United States, but of course the United States is where I focused my research. So I explore this paradoxical moment in the restructuring of urban mobility, again, through the lens of the bicycle. Bicycling is cheap, but living where bicycling is safe and convenient is increasingly expensive. All sorts of people bicycle, but the dominant image of bicycling tends to be white middle-class urbanites in gentrified neighborhoods. Bicycling is still pretty marginal, but bicycle infrastructure is a core part of new ideas about urban economic development. And of course, bicycling is low carbon, but bicycle infrastructure is largely limited to dense urban cores that are really embedded in broader car-dependent landscapes. And so this is based on fieldwork in the Bay Area, Detroit, and Philadelphia between 2011 and 2018. So this is the Bay Area up here. This is another shot from the Bay Area of a youth empowerment organization, the Scraper Bike Team. This is a shot of a bike share station in Detroit, taken in, I think, 2016, and a sort of pavement to parks / pavement to plaza conversion in Philadelphia. And so in this book, I situate cycling in the broader context of socio-spatial restructuring, the green turn of urban neoliberalism, and questions of spatial justice and the rights of the city. And ultimately, I argue that cycling in American cities has articulated with existing socio-spatial inequalities such that in the short and the long term, the way that they have articulated is sort of undermining efforts to build more comprehensive and just climate futures. Now, one thing I wanted to do with the book is move beyond just a cultural critique. So I think it's important to anchor the growth of cycling in the rhythms of uneven regional development. Here's some context for the San Francisco Bay Area, which is the main field site in the book. As in most places in the United States, bicycling to work is more or less limited to the densest core areas, gentrifying neighborhoods near central business districts and universities, where bicycle infrastructure has concentrated. These areas grew in household income, housing costs, and white population over the past few decades. Meanwhile, over the past 30 years, there's been a rapid suburbanization of jobs and housing in these areas, particularly among middle and working class people of color. This was really the heartland of the housing bubble and the subsequent foreclosure crisis, as first-time home buyers were pushed beyond the exclusive suburbs lining these corridors. Not surprisingly, these suburban areas are estimated to have a higher carbon footprint as well, in part due to transportation. And so what we see here at the regional scale is the uneven development of low carbon mobility. Now, zooming in on Oakland here, we can see this unevenness manifest at the intra-city scale as well. In Oakland, like many other cities, bicycle infrastructure is concentrating in areas that are undergoing gentrification. So what you see here is the year 2000, the bicycle infrastructure at that time, and median household income by quartile. And so what you'll see is the relationship between the quartiles change as we go from 2000 to 2015. Now, these are the Oakland Hills here, the sort of the traditionally whiter and wealthier hill districts, and they have extended farther. This sort of pattern has extended farther into what are called the flatlands located in North Oakland and South Berkeley. So that's West Oakland and East Oakland, the classic flatlands, downtown Oakland and North Oakland here. Now, as we move to the year 2015, you can see the clustering and concentration in North Oakland and downtown, as well as West Oakland, and you can see the sort of the increase in quartile in terms of income. Now, in terms of race, the picture is significantly more stark. And again, notice the unevenness here as we move to 2015. East Oakland remains largely Black, Latinx, and low income, and in many places more plagued by disinvestment than gentrification. And this is in part, my argument is in part due to how bicycle planning in the US has functioned over the last 30 years. The 1991 Intermodal Surface Transportation Equity Act, or ICE-T, expanded competitive federal funding for bicycle and pedestrian projects from around $30 million in 1992 to over $800 million in 2015, although it's still only a bit over 1% of transportation funding. The new infrastructure bill might kick this up a notch, but not as substantially as many would argue is needed. To access these funds, cities and metropolitan planning organizations must form citizen advisory committees and create bicycle and pedestrian master plans. These committees tended to have been, at least initially, made up largely of local bicycle advocates, local expertise, a historically white middle class, and it should also be said male group, and based in gentrifying neighborhoods and college towns. Meanwhile, at the federal level, of course, these funds are constantly under threat by conservative legislators. So it's not like bicycle advocates have become hegemonic at the national scale. And this leads advocates to stress the business benefits of bicycle projects, rather than necessarily maybe their social or environmental value when building support. And this narrative has grown in importance within bicycle advocacy over the past decade. And so a second major element of the book is analyzing some of the origin points of these discourses of urban economic competitiveness that advocates themselves developed. And so the short answer is that bicycle advocates created this discourse in part. One story that I trace in the book is the city of San Francisco creating its first bicycle plan in accordance with ICE-T, but this bicycle plan did not include one of the key corridors through the Mission District, which was heavily used by bicyclists, and that was Valencia Street. The Mission District at the time was a working class, predominantly Latinx neighborhood, still is, but is the sort of the epicenter of gentrification in San Francisco today. Had a very vibrant sort of countercultural scene, a lot of politicized cyclists, and they agitated to have what is called a road diet done on Valencia Street. And the project was considered a success from a transportation perspective, but arguably more important, I would say, is an economic impact study done by a master's student at San Francisco State University named Emily Drennan. And this was one of the first studies of bicycle infrastructure based on economic impact. And this was focused really on after the fact business perceptions of the road diet. And she said very explicitly she'd seen too many good projects stopped at the last minute by concerned merchants, and she wanted something to allay their fears. And this basically became the sort of transformation of the street for the better became known as the kind of Valencia epiphany, it was called locally. And the lessons from her study began to circulate nationally through policy circles, and especially about a decade later as part of a very business-focused policy turn by the League of American Bicyclists, right? And identifying specifically that bike lanes had been good for business. These kinds of reports also began to circulate not just in the blogosphere and among advocates, but on tables at planning meetings, right? So this was at one of the meetings about Telegraph Avenue in North Oakland. And it created a sort of political tendency toward allaying the fears of local businesses and getting developers and kind of major local employers as your sort of allies in this particular process, right? And it sort of mirrored the stranglehold that small business people and homeowners had on local neighborhood politics. Returning to North Oakland, these ideas really had a direct influence on the planning of bicycle infrastructure on Telegraph Avenue. This was a piece of political theater during Bike to Work Day in 2014, where bicycle advocates placed kind of makeshift bollards and cones to show what this street would look like as a world-class street. And after a long and bitter public process, it became exactly this, right? They were able to instantiate these visions for the street materially. And they had, at the time, business owners on their sides talking about a vibrant and sustainable city, increasing our commerce and livability, and bringing new people to Oakland to explore these neighborhoods and business districts and help them thrive. At the same time, these alliances really tended to mark bike lanes as signals of potentially just looming displacement of lower income Black and Latinx communities. In 2017, Oakland's planners began revisions to the bicycle master plan, and realizing that they had very little support in East Oakland, as I showed you before, they began to ally with local Black and Latinx bike advocates, and they ceded a significant amount of control over the process. Many of the people in these organizations were skeptical about sort of world-class anything and more focused on neighborhood social infrastructure, fixing crumbling streets, community bike shops, those kinds of things. One planner told me there was not a lot of interest in fancy protected bikeways on major streets, specifically because of concerns for displacement. The point is not that East Oaklanders were right, but that their concerns resulted from how bicycle infrastructure had unfolded within this broader history of infrastructural violence perpetrated on these communities stretching back to the freeway era. And the result was actually a fascinating project. This was on the right here, a scraper bikeway on 90th Avenue in East Oakland. And this was a novel type of bike lane reflecting local practices of these bike crews in East Oakland, who tended to ride in the center lane rather than next to the curb because of wanting to avoid collisions at intersections, right? And so this actually modified what infrastructure even looked like in this particular place. I don't think it's gone beyond here, but it's an interesting glimmer of a sort of more participatory type of process. Now, in the last chapter of the book, I argue that this sort of kind of incipient economic imperative for bicycle infrastructure intensified with bike share systems, because these systems had to more directly apply profitability or revenue neutrality to the design of infrastructure. And it applied these considerations to a degree to equity efforts as well. And this is because even more than bicycle infrastructure, bike share systems were conditioned by the context of urban austerity. There's not a lot of money for ongoing management costs, operational costs. And so they ended up reproducing many of the patterns, even more starkly reproducing many of the patterns that you see in the sort of uneven development of bicycle infrastructure. Now, while bike share systems in Europe and East Asia are spatially equitable to a degree, American cities largely treat them as amenities to attract favored populations, or at least that's a big part of the calculus. And they lack the institutional structures that would make them more effective as public transportation. And so this leads to persistent criticism that their user base is disproportionately white and affluent. So here you see, and you saw this earlier, but this is almost an archetypal American bike share location, Twitter's headquarters in downtown San Francisco with a protected bike lane and a bike share station, thousands of creative workers, and also a stone's throw from the residential hotels where the poorest San Franciscans lived. But again, like bike lanes, This is not because the goal of planners was simply to already serve the privileged. Instead, bike share is really stuck between a mandate to provide accessibility to all, like public transportation, and also to be financially sustainable at no cost to the taxpayer, but without being eligible for federal funding that supports other kinds of public transportation. And so this encourages a sort of entrepreneurial orientation towards the creation of bike share systems. And so just to give you a sense of the way that they develop, they tend to exclude areas of low densities, low investment, and fewer destinations, making them really largely interstitial rather than kind of transforming spatial relations like other kinds of infrastructure maybe can. So this is a map of bike share stations in Oakland by frequency of use against gentrification risk. And so you see there's a clustering, of course, around downtown, which is to be expected. And in particular, the places where these stations are clustering are also classified by the Urban Displacement Project at UC Berkeley as undergoing advanced gentrification. They're not the only places that are undergoing advanced gentrification, right? So it's not a one-to-one, but you can see that the usage rates drop off extremely dramatically in East Oakland. And so there was a lot of effort to expand access in East Oakland, but it doesn't even really cover the whole of the eastern part of the city. And this is really because they were up against the political economy of system design as it intersected with the built environment, really reinforcing gaps in the infrastructural map. Now, there were some interesting aspects to the Bay Area's system in particular that we can kind of speak more about in Q&A. This had the Citibank sponsorship of San Francisco or of New York's system had really proven the value to sponsorship, right? And so Ford, however, was the first company that was really in the mobility business to sponsor a bike share system, and they framed it as a transition from selling cars to selling mobility services, right? As a kind of broader kind of platform development. Nevertheless, there was a lot of skepticism about this goal. This skepticism really reflected the association with both gentrification and corporate power. And nearly all the advocates I spoke to sort of denounced the system's expansion and outreach in Black and Latinx neighborhoods as severely underfunded and sort of half-hearted. And so these sort of two core infrastructures of the bicycle-friendly city have tended to really reflect and reinforce underlying inequalities, although I do think that they could have a transformative potential, right? At the same time, I don't think that they have the capacity to really cause transformations related to gentrification on their own, so much as articulate with processes that are already underway. But they really reflect the limits of treating sustainability as a kind of urban amenity. Now, quickly, I just wanted to conclude with where I concluded the book, which is sort of 3 lines of flight, as I called them. These emerging tendencies of what we now call the pre-COVID moment. The first was the emergence of wheelie kids, these sort of crews of youth who were kind of taking over infrastructure. In particular, this is a crew of youth taking over the Schuylkill Expressway in Philadelphia. I saw this as a mode of contesting spatial confinement. These kids are very rooted in the disinvested neighborhoods of North Philadelphia and sort of erupting into the increasingly gentrified downtown core, and also contesting the kind of implicit bias in bicycle advocacy towards professional class commuters. The second tendency we saw, I thought, was a shift in discursive justification towards safety, maybe away from economic development a little bit. And there was this epidemic of fatal crashes in San Francisco, often with utility vehicles who couldn't even see cyclists, as well as near misses related to Uber and Lyft picking up and dropping people off in the bike lane. At the same time, there was a potentially complementary discourse of improving road safety to reduce contact between Black cyclists and the police, right? And this articulated with the Black Lives Matter movement as well. And then finally, you saw the rise of urban micromobility platforms in which the bicycles themselves began to be superseded by other types of vehicles. So you had Lyft acquiring the Bay Area's bike share system, Uber was purchasing bike share systems, and for really tremendous sums of money. And then you had even bikes themselves being superseded by scooters. And so this shared vehicle, or what was now became called micromobility, became this sort of battleground between some of the largest companies, the largest venture capital organizations in the world, right? And I saw this as a very shaky foundation for mobility, right? The sort of these very ephemeral types of platforms that could launch, but also close at a moment's notice. While COVID-19 decimated the shared mobility economy, station-based bike share actually fared a little bit better, but micromobility has rebounded in the meantime. And so it's really unclear whether this will be a bubble or an infrastructure that can really be harnessed as an element of more public mobility. And so really at this inflection point that I hope we'll get a chance to talk about in just a second is sort of what happens next with this, what I saw at the time of writing the book as really a passive revolution in a Gramscian sense rather than this sort of structural transformation.
Great. Well, thank you so much. That was an excellent overview of the book. And truly, it's an excellent book. It's like, if you need a book where you, just to kind of catch up on the latest thinking on urban political economy more generally, if you maybe haven't been really closely following that literature over the past decade, this book really does that. It does that. It situates things so well in kind of the current thinking and current debates.
Thanks. That's what I was trying to do, at least.
Yeah, so I felt like the book could be used. I think it would be a great book for using in a class, like an urban theory class, and sort of a class where you want to give students something that they're actually genuinely interested in, and to try to relate some of the thinking that they're doing and the theoretical ideas to something that's concrete, that's concrete and very relatable, I think, to their everyday lives. I think that, the bike boom that you mentioned right at the end is something I was really curious to hear your thoughts about, like really the bike boom in the context of we're kind of, hopefully coming out of COVID now, or starting to come out, or starting to the start of coming out. And COVID, it just, the interest in cycling is just, I see so many cyclists on bike paths that I never saw anyone on. And so I just was thinking if you could maybe just say a little bit more about sort of what, kind of the lessons or the thoughts, your thoughts about the kind of the COVID sort of bike boom and what it's really brought to light.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really fascinating. And I wish I in the period of just before COVID, I took a new position in a new city, right? So I have not been back to the Bay Area to get a sort of a baseline of what it was like before versus now. I was in Greensboro for much of COVID, and now I'm in Durham, North Carolina. But I mean, the first lesson was that bicycling did boom up to as much as a 26% increase over 2019 levels. And I'm drawing that directly from recent work from Ralph Buehler and John Pucher. But it also came back down, right? Since lockdowns have eased, since, things have sort of gone back to normal. Maybe we know a little bit more about COVID as well. So public transportation maybe isn't quite as dangerous as originally had been thought, right? Which is a good thing from my perspective, that we're recognizing that. It's still an increase over 2019. So there are some durable gains. It's hard to say where they will go. The increase seems to have been concentrated on weekends, right? So people who maybe would have otherwise been, traveling farther, staying in hotels, were instead kind of doing local bike trips, sightseeing, biking around to you know, to get a drink outside with friends, that type of thing. I certainly was doing that, right? And I think one interesting thing is that according to some of the research, this is coming from Streetlight Mobility Data, which is a consulting firm, that it was not necessarily the cities that you would expect that boomed. Places like Houston, Harrisburg, Greensboro, actually. And then because cities like New York are so dominated by bicycle commuters, with fewer people commuting, bicycling declines in those places, right? So there's a little bit of a reshuffling. It feels to me like after the bike boom in the 70s, right? The bike boom in the 70s, like everybody bought a bicycle. There's just, and for many people, those bikes went back into the basement or garage for the next 40 years, right? But everybody bought a bicycle, everybody was cycling, but there weren't a lot of durable changes made. There were talks of building a bike path in the LA River in the 1970s, which they've now done 40 years later. But I think without that sort of durable spatial transformation and the transformation around work and the location of work, at least for professional class, professional type of jobs, that wasn't really changing in the 1970s. That's what's really changed in the past decade or 20 years, right? So I think for it to be more durably implanted, you need a sort of broader set of spatial transformations. Also troubling is that transit usage was decimated, right? So if we're shifting towards more private modes of mobility, I think in the long run, that's a bad direction for us to go. There are plenty of people who are unlikely to cycle, but certainly would like to be able to take public transit where they're going, that type of thing. And so, yeah, it's a sort of an uneven moment. There was the big supply chain issues with bicycles as well, right? These global bottlenecks, it became very difficult to get a bike. The prices of used bikes went up dramatically. Micromobility was hit very hard, as I mentioned. So at the same time as you had these bike shortage, you had Lime, which became the owner of Jump Bikes, actually scrapping tens of thousands of bikes, just throwing them away. So it was a kind of grapes of wrath moment. There's starving people on the riverbank, and there are people dumping oranges into the river to reduce the supply, right? One of those types of things. So it could lead to discussions of kind of reshoring of the bike industry, things like that. And then finally, there was some infrastructure provision, some in the United States, elsewhere. I mean, Paris made enormous strides. London made enormous strides. Some of those are getting reversed a little bit because it was sort of an emergency measure. Montreal made great strides. Other cities, kind of more minor. Austin added 19 kilometers. And again, I'm pulling this directly from Bueller and Pucher, their recent article. New York City added 100 kilometers, is rolling some of those back. You had street closures and slow streets. The street right around the corner from me in Greensboro was sort of closed to make way. But there was some pushback of that as well. They was saying working class people, frontline workers, people of color are disproportionately still having to go into work, still taking transit, right? And the slow streets were really more about office workers who are now working at home, getting out of the house so that they didn't go crazy, right? Which is a admirable, certainly, goal, but it was not quite as comprehensive as I think was maybe really needed. And so there was some sort of pushback of sort of, yeah, this is nice for people who are now, on Zoom, college professors like me, but not actually extending these benefits more broadly. So I think that's kind of the big sort of three features that I see. And in terms of whether those infrastructural gains will be preserved comes down to municipal budgets and state budgets. Some municipal budgets and political will, of course, but some municipal budgets have been really decimated. Some state budgets are booming. North Carolina is sitting on a $5 billion budget surplus that was unexpected because of online sales, right? So the question is whether that will translate into a broader kind of commitment to non-motorized transportation in the future.
Yeah, that's so interesting, that analogy with the 70s, because I lived through that with I remember my parents buying bicycles. Like I was a kid in the 70s, and it was sort of this. I recently had a conversation with my mother about the bike she bought and my father, and just that phenomenon of everyone owning a bike, but then those bikes sort of just disappearing at some level, or going in the basement and then getting sort of recycled at some point down the road. I have noticed, that your comment about but some of the bike infrastructure being temporary and some of the bike infrastructure being permanent. I have noticed some new, I'm interested particularly in rails to trails projects, and some new projects seem to have kind of taken a step further. I've noticed one, there's one up in the Adirondacks that has they've taken the trails out. And so I think you're right. It's very much a mixed bag, and but also just so much reflective of the inequalities that we have. Like it's sort of, we want bicycles to solve inequalities. And as you use the term rolling signifiers for bicycles, as they're rolling signifiers in terms of the economy that we have, the culture that we have, the political economy.
Right. Yeah, and I borrowed that term from, I should say, Melody Hoffman, who wrote a fantastic book, Bike Lanes Are White Lanes. And we were sort of working on the same, kind of working in the same realm. She was in media studies, I think.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So that was, so great. A nice, just some really thoughtful, a thoughtful different lens on urban studies for folks who are new to this field. And I guess with that, I have another question I was really thinking about coming out of your work, is just to think about, like, is there a way that cities can do a better job of making bike infrastructure more inclusive? Like like you mentioned, this transformative potential, and just, sort of suggestions, tips, thoughts from you as an expert in this space.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with this a lot, right? Because most of the book really is sort of critical of what is existing. I think that the focus on safety, especially if we take a more amplified view of safety from contact with the police, safety from displacement, safety from, hardship, right? That's, I think, a potential, right? Maybe it's a slightly broader perspective than this promotes economic development. Thus, implicitly, the cyclists who really matter are the ones with spending power, or the ones who have the sort of talent or skill that's kind of slotting into this knowledge economy, right? So I do think safety, there's something promising with that, and it's necessary, right? The last several years have been really bad in terms of pedestrian and bicycle fatalities. I think pedestrian fatalities in particular on American streets. Some people have said that it's because of, during COVID, less traffic, people driving faster, which just goes to show that the other side, we focus on this little bike lane, and the other side is broad, making it more difficult to drive, especially drive fast in central cities, but doing that in such a way that you don't penalize the people who, by virtue of where they work and where they live, and their incomes especially, don't have a lot of options other than driving, right? And to me, that actually takes a bit of the focus off of bicycling and puts it onto public transportation, land use, especially job location, right? There's all this effort to sort of align transportation and land use, right? And we know work trips are only about a quarter of all trips, right? But the journey to work, if it's very easy to open a factory or a warehouse or an office building on a total greenfield lot that's completely disconnected from transit, and it doesn't really matter how much transit or bike access you have where you live necessarily. So there's that. I mean, there's some pretty simple stuff like extending the free bike share memberships for frontline workers, right? There were free bike share memberships at sort of the height of COVID. I don't know what the status is now, but keeping those and making them permanent, right? And more aligning them to transit, where it's sort of bundled as part of transit. I've done more recent work in Austin, Texas, and they actually just sort of relaunched, renamed, but also kind of reorganized the bike share system there and bundled it with the transit system, which I think is the direction to go, rather than making it this sort of more downtown amenity, making it a bit more systemically connected. There was a tax credit for e-bike purchases that's in the infrastructure bill. I know it already got cut in half down to about 15%. So with an e-bike that's $3,000, that's not going to push a working class person, saving, whatever, $450 maybe is not going to push a working class person into making that leap necessarily, especially if they have car access, and it's like hard to envision where you might use that, right, if you live in a more car dependent landscape. Kind of longer term, expanding and aligning transit and bike share systems kind of at transit hubs, but also really working against that tendency that I pointed out in bike share system planning of sort of focusing on the center, right? Because the need to be revenue neutral, or at least to limit operational costs. You don't have the same sort of spatial coverage as even the bus system has. And while there was discussion of scooters and dockless, what are called dockless bike share or micromobility, being able to better serve more outlying areas, some of the more recent work I've been doing with Will Payne, who's at Rutgers in the Blousing School, is we found that it's not that the expansion beyond, in Austin, for example, the expansion beyond the existing footprint of the bike share system has only really been mostly going into gentrifying neighborhoods that had already been identified as areas that the system should expand to. So I think it really needs a more systemic perspective, and I think that's about sort of moving us away from thinking of bike infrastructure as a bargain, right? As a very cheap way to do environmental or economic development or low carbon policy, right? And thinking about it sort of, this is something that needs to be valued and deserves investment, right? I said it's maybe 1% to 2% of total transportation budgets. And I think really, if you look at places that have done bicycle infrastructure very effectively, of course, the Netherlands always gets held up. Those are very costly, right? It's not cheap. It's not paint on the road. It's a broader kind of spatial restructuring that is required. And I see it kind of making it equitable, especially in terms of race and class, will also involve shrinking the journey to work and the journey to services for working class people, right? That journey to work and journey to services through gentrification has already been shrunk for many professionals, right? Enabling that closer alignment of what people call the 15-minute city is coming out of Paris and some other places, but thinking about 15-minute suburbs, right? Thinking about 15-minute urban nuclei in a way that doesn't just encourage investment without any sort of concern for displacement or kind of historic obligations to people who've been excluded from infrastructure or been infrastructure dumping grounds, right? The sort of the converse, right? And so these are the kinds of things of, I don't see certain kinds of, patterns of working class housing in suburban areas, especially here. There's this phenomenon that I'm starting to call disconnected density, where you see, dense multi-unit housing kind of totally disconnected from a street grid, from anything you can walk to, et cetera, et cetera. So people have to take cars, and it's the sort of the worst of both worlds. I see co-locating working class housing or a very economically diverse housing with economically and occupationally diverse jobs mix and services mix not happening kind of automatically the way you see that agglomeration, those classic agglomeration economies in the sort of creative or innovative sectors, right? And so it requires policy, it requires investment, and it requires a certain degree of telling you you can't build that particular thing way out in the middle of nowhere where the land is very cheap, right? Yeah, you might want to, but we have different priorities here, and you have to work with those priorities. So that's where you get into it gets harder and harder to actually say, well, this is what we're going to do as academics, right? But I think that those ideas need to be part of the public discussion. And that's why I like the Green New Deal, some of the narratives about the Green New Deal, thinking about public luxury. So much of the transportation system is so pressurized because there's so many demands on people's time. There's so much pressure, especially on working class people, working multiple jobs, these kinds of things. And of course, that will spill over into kind of questions or issues related to a bike lane that is appearing that doesn't seem to be for them because they've got to get in their car at 7 a.m. to make the 1 hour journey to work, right, through traffic. So that's just, I've thrown a lot out there, but ultimately it really is about a more public perspective on mobility. And if that means taking the emphasis off of people's personal bikes, I like riding my personal bike, but if that means taking the emphasis off of that, I think that's fantastic.
Thanks. That was really interesting. Your idea of thinking about a systemic perspective on bicycles, that raising them up and making them something special is, part of the challenge. So yeah, I had, I guess, one other, I think, really important insight that you touched on just now, but this notion of equity and making cities more equitable. And that's something that you really brought out a lot in the book, the idea of asking communities what they want rather than just assuming a bike lane of this type is good for the community. That was such an interesting, that the painted bike lane across the middle of the road, like just that idea of that these large-scale planning, any kind of large-scale planning, incorporating the views of communities is something you really brought out so much in the book, and I think it really continues as a great insight. So we're gonna close out soon, but I just maybe just for maybe some thoughts just for the new researchers who might be watching, thoughts about some new. I know you have some interesting new work on. You mentioned removal of infrastructure. Any insights on maybe areas of excitement and new work that you might sort of direct people to think about, just as a kind of a final question?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I feel like I've started, as you mentioned, I've been thinking about highway removal projects. I'm looking at that in the US and also in Spain. Highway removal or burying and the sort of the complicated politics of that doesn't sound directly related to bicycling, although usually when a highway is removed, like in Rochester, for example, there is a active transportation and transit aspect. So there's a bike lane on the former footprint of a highway in Rochester that I've been looking at. And so there's that aspect, but in terms of the bike literature, I mean, there's just so much out there. I get sent things to review and there's so much fascinating work. So it's really immediately kind of leaping beyond where I was when I was putting this book together. I think that the intersection of cycling and social reproduction is really fascinating and deserves a lot more. It deserves a lot of attention, right? And social reproduction, things like the journey to work, but also the journey to services, trip chaining, the way that those burdens are extremely gendered, and then that translates into the gendering of cycling, I think is really important. And I think we need to go beyond, well, but aren't Dutch cargo bikes so great, right? Like there has to be a lot more kind of sustained examination of this sort of the political economy and social reproduction dimensions sort of together. Again, like I'm saying, I'm interested in this sort of larger scale reclamations of urban space, but also their contradictions, right? The way in which we're seeing these now in part at a time where land values are in central cities are very high, right? And that's kind of part of the impetus in many cases. And so you could see a situation where there was a first racialized displacement due to the construction of the highway, and now a second racialized displacement as part of its removal. So that's something I've been paying a lot of attention to. I'm interested in sort of cycling in suburban areas or unlikely areas, and the sort of the geography of kind of making do in urban space via bicycle, which is, I think, different from the focus on bicycle commuters or the focus on kind of biking to the bar or biking to the restaurant or biking to the grocery store. The sort of the ways in which you get unlikely patterns of cycling in what are still very dangerous locations in suburban, exurban areas where the infrastructure doesn't exist, even just to use a street that's parallel to a main thoroughfare, right? In the kind of more sprawling built environment. And as I was saying, I think, even though I think there's a lot of problems with the way that the platform economy has appropriated bicycling in the form of dockless bike share and then also scooter sharing, there's lots of political economic problems. There's problems related to sort of data privacy, the kind of commercialization of data, those kinds of things. I do think it's positive to move away from maybe a certain degree of fetishization of bicycles as objects, right? And move, what I've been trying to do is thinking, instead of bicycling as, or trying to move away from thinking of bicycling only as this sort of vehicle or object or a particular kind of technology, to thinking of it as a scale, right? As having a particular scalar footprint, right? And then when you start thinking about those kinds of scales, you can think about all the other ways in which people can cover that same sort of terrain, right? Walking, scooters, kind of flexible shared transportation, but again, more on a social rather than privatized type of model, right? I think thinking through that scale and this emergence of a scale that we can almost define through daily mobility at the scale of the bicycle is, I think, kind of really promising to think through. So those are semi off the cuff, right? I can always talk way more. I'll also say one other thing is that kind of in the context of the sort of racialized inequalities, there's been a lot of really fantastic work. Jesus Barajas comes to mind on the on cycling and policing and sort of the deep inequalities, which is another factor that we have to account for when we think about people of color being maybe uncertain about getting on bicycles, where they become very exposed to potential police harassment, right? So that's another key feature that I think deserves a lot of attention, especially in the context of the United States. So we move away from these questions of, gee, why don't people of color cycle? They do all the time in all kinds of places, but there's a different kind of set of spatial and kind of bodily questions when you're thinking about cycling among communities that aren't the default image of cycling.
Wow, that was a great overview. Yeah, I feel like if I was a PhD student and I was trying to find a research topic, you just gave about a dozen excellent thoughts and topics. And I think I'm especially compelled, just even your very last one about really linking cycling to efforts to promote racial justice and as another dimension where racial injustices play out. And I think that was so present in the book, and again, like it's something that makes your work continue to be so timely, because these are just the very issues that so many cities are struggling with.
Thank you so much. It's
so
great to hear.
I'm going to wrap things up, but I just want to make one more plug for your book. So we've been talking about John Stalen's book, Cyclescapes of the Unequal City, Bicycle Infrastructure and Urban Development. And his book was published by University of Minnesota Press in 2019. And I strongly recommend it. So thank you very much, John. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting me. This was really fantastic.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, John and Robin. That was a great discussion. I hope you're enjoying the symposium. Remember, you can purchase all of the books featured during the symposium this week. Just go to the main website page for Geography 2050 and click on the bookstore button. And now we have Iforiwa P. She's an up-and-coming PhD candidate at the University of Minnesota. She's going to give us a lightning talk on GIS for equitable trail access. Iforiwa?
Minorities remain the most dramatically underrepresented group in outdoor spaces such as fields. GIS is a tool that could be used to further explore this inequity and also to inform provisions for equitable trail access. My name is Oforiwa P. Ejeboaje. I'm a geography PhD student with a city planning background and also a GIS and data consultant. I will talk about the potential of GIS for equitable trail accessibility. Generally, there are inequities in accessing outdoor recreation, parks, and services. According to data, there has been more information that trails have been limited to particular population groups. In the past summer, the Appalachian Trail Conservancy organized an Emerging Leaders Summit where there was an equity mapping session. I was the equity mapping coordinator and I helped participants to create equity maps for Northeast Tennessee, one of the Appalachian Trail communities. This came about because of a lot of information and data from agencies such as the U.S. Forest Service, the National Park Service, and then the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, which shows the disparities when it comes to accessing nature and particularly trails. This kind of analysis has been very limited when it comes to trail work, unlike other issues of housing and then transportation or even environmental issues. Those ones have been analyzed to a large extent. For example, trail needs have been accessed by just maybe a simple sentence after some mathematical analysis or even maybe a horizontal background. It doesn't give information or even a table. But let's take a look at this map. It provides a lot more information. So we realize that using GIS for mapping and analysis is critical. And then this kind of information, when we use it, it presents information, geographical information, visually conveying information quickly. And it's also effective in telling stories so that leaders can use that kind of information to solve social problems. Fortunately, the functionality of maps have improved over the years, and then with integrating statistics and database operations, could use all of this kind of analysis to improve trail equity. Like I mentioned, there has been mapping in other places or analysis in other sectors, but we haven't had that much of it. So this GIS has been used in so many areas to help improve equity. Even in the during this COVID era, we realized that the CDC used it to track social vulnerability and to map equity in the US. So GIS has a lot of potential for trails. It can identify the areas with the greatest diversity need. It could also be used to show geographical locations with opportunities, and those that lack it, and then even to show the systemic patterns where community-based disadvantages whilst providing spatial insights for marginalized groups. When we take a look at this equity map from Orange County, we could tell it gives a lot of information from demographic, health, whatever. So it shows the potential of GIS in other areas, and even which would trickle down to trail activity and trail systems. And this has not really been fully explored in trail work. So moving forward, we think GIS could be used to even show the distribution and access of trail systems, and then to identify the intervention points for actionable plans, which would then lead to equitable trail access. In conclusion, there has been untapped GIS potential for equity mapping of trails, and then trail organizations should look further to use this to address their lack of diversity in outdoor spaces. And then as we move on to sustain positive change in racial equity, social justice, and sustainable inclusive outdoors, GIS should be a tool that will be considered to increase awareness of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Aforiwa. And now another outstanding PhD candidate, this time from Pennsylvania State University, Ms. Ali Nasser Azadani, who's going to give a lightning talk on supporting equity in participatory natural resource policy and management. Ali?
Hello, my name is Ellie, a PhD candidate in the Geography Department at Penn State. Today, I discuss some available techniques in participatory decision-making that can potentially enhance equity in collaborative natural resource management. The process of engaging stakeholders in decision-making has emerged as a crucial factor in the eventual success and sustainability of solutions to natural resource management challenges. Because when done well, the incorporation of stakeholders is likely to reduce marginalization of some groups, promote active citizenship, benefit broader society, and increase the trust and support of the public in communities. It empowers stakeholders through social learning and raises the possibility of being holistic, objective, and fair. According to the International Association for the Public Participation, there are 5 levels of communication on public impact in natural resource planning: informing, consulting, involving, collaborating, and empowering, which range from the one-way distribution of information from experts to people to the full contribution of public in decision and democratic lawmaking. We assume the higher levels of participatory public processes are desired and result in better decision making. However, due to various restrictions such as lack of practical communication methods and common language between planners, experts, and the public, stakeholders' engagement to date has been quite nominal. Even in its best cases, people are informed about the plan but do not contribute to making the decision, which doesn't guarantee public trust and equity in the planning process. In the last 3 decades, visualization has rapidly developed as a tool to move towards higher levels of engagement. Techniques from creating images, diagrams, animations, or virtual experiences that communicate a message can increase the effectiveness of participatory process by facilitating participants' understanding of the issues and potential plans, and enhancing their ability to communicate their knowledge and ideas at all planning stages. Even contributors with less knowledge and experience can be involved in the discussion and initiate constructive dialogues. These techniques conquer barriers between experts and lay people, provide a common language for all participants with a wide range of interests, and facilitates conflict resolution by revealing differences, misunderstandings, and even potential agreements. Here you can see 6 most common techniques in over the 30 years of collaborative planning studies that were collected. Our ability to maximize the effectiveness of visualization techniques depends upon the correct matching of the level of participatory process to visualization techniques and leveling the playing field between all participants in the process. For example, are more complicated visualizations necessary for higher levels of involvement? To assess the relationship between the most effective visualization techniques and specific levels of participatory process, we plotted major visualization tools by participation level. Overall, the use of visualization techniques is proven to facilitate effective public involvement in decision making, and thus has the potential to enhance equity in the process. However, we didn't find evidence to support the hypothesis that more advanced techniques can drive us to higher levels of public participation. We found that simple techniques like maps are engaged more in higher levels of engagement, leading us to hypothesize the presence of a potential third interacting factor. We believe that the level of competency and/or local knowledge of stakeholders may play a role. Competency can be defined as a combination of practical and strategic knowledge with skills and attitude that facilitates successful performance. Systems thinking is an example of competency necessary for participatory planning. We can argue that the more competent participants are, the less complex visualization techniques need to be. For example, as a participant at the collaborating level, an individual presumably has enough knowledge to recognize an abstract map and extract significant information and meaning. Thus, the effectiveness of a given level of participation is a function of both visualization attributes and the participant's level of competency and/or local knowledge. Acknowledging these factors saves time and money on designing less appropriate approaches while obtaining better results in providing equal opportunities and bringing underserved groups into the decision making.
Thank you, Ellie. In our next lightning talk, Ms. Elizabeth Kneebone is going to speak on commuting to opportunity. How far do residents of high poverty neighborhoods travel to get to work? Elizabeth?
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Kneebone. I'm the Research Director at the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. And I'm going to be talking today about some work we've been doing at the center to better understand where lower income and lower resource households can afford to live across the country compared to where jobs tend to locate. And in this work, we focus particularly on high poverty neighborhoods, both to understand what the current employment and commute patterns look like for residents of those neighborhoods, but also to understand the implications of those patterns on longer term strategies to increase access to economic opportunity and upward mobility for those residents. In doing this work, we're using the American Community Survey data at the census tract level as our proxy for neighborhoods. We also draw on the longitudinal employer household dynamics data on origins and destinations of commutes. The decision to focus, especially on high poverty neighborhoods, really comes in large part because of the extensive and growing literature on the negative consequences that can come from living in an area of concentrated poverty. Just living in a high poverty neighborhood in and of itself can create barriers and obstacles to accessing economic opportunity and mobility. And those negative consequences of concentrated poverty really begin to emerge when poverty rates reach 20% or beyond. And so that's the threshold that we use throughout this work to identify areas of high poverty across the country. And with that measure, we find that nearly 30% of the nation's neighborhoods are high poverty. Those neighborhoods contain a disproportionate share of the nation's rental stock. And particularly as we look at rental options that would be affordable to a family living below the poverty line or a household with a federal rental subsidy, the housing options for those households, the majority are located in high poverty areas. But we see a very different picture when we look at what the employment landscape looks like. Most jobs are located outside of these neighborhoods. They skew much more heavily to low poverty communities with single-digit poverty rates and moderate poverty neighborhoods with poverty rates between 10 and 20%. And when we disaggregate that overall distribution to look at particular industries and sectors, some skew even more heavily to low poverty communities. And in particular, a number of service sector jobs are more likely to be found in low poverty communities, like retail, food service and accommodation, arts and entertainment, administrative support. So when you see this employment landscape and overlay it with where we know housing and particularly affordable rental housing tends to cluster, it's perhaps not surprising that of the more than 31 million commutes that begin in high poverty neighborhoods, most end in a community with lower poverty. And nearly a third end in a neighborhood with single-digit poverty rates. Now, the lower the poverty of the destination, the longer a worker typically has to travel to get there. For a worker living in a high poverty neighborhood and going to a low poverty work destination, that typical commute of 12.5 miles one way as the crow flies is more than twice that of a worker who both lives and works in a high poverty neighborhood. And these national statistics really obscure a great amount of variation that can be found across different types of communities and parts of the country, where we see distances stretching much further than the national median. Looking at this at the metropolitan scale, it's clear that for several regions across the country, for residents in high poverty neighborhoods, the typical commute distance to get to a low poverty work destination stretches 20, 30, even 50 miles or more one way as the crow flies. And for residents in rural communities, those distances can stretch even further. Now, one common theme that has emerged, whether you're looking at a high poverty neighborhood in a big city, in suburban areas, in rural communities, a common trend that emerges is when workers are commuting to a low poverty destination, those low poverty neighborhoods, while they may be rich with job opportunities or employment, they tend to have far fewer rental options than the high poverty neighborhoods these workers are starting from. Not only do they have far fewer rental options in these low poverty destinations, the ones that are there tend to be much more expensive than the typical monthly rents in the high poverty origins these workers are starting from. It really underscores that while communities across the country want to compete for jobs, really want to build their economic base, far fewer are doing what is really required to make sure there's enough housing to accommodate the workers who are going to fill those jobs, particularly at lower ends of the earnings distribution. And this is something that plays out, again, across every state and all different types of communities across the country. But if we're looking at a case study or a place to dig deeper about how this actually plays out within a given community, the state of California is really at the forefront of these dynamics. It's really emblematic of the affordability challenges and the disconnects that can create these lengthy commutes for residents of high poverty neighborhoods. We could choose many different regions to dig deeper within California on these patterns, but let's take Stockton as an example. It's just to the south of the state's capital region. It's to the east of the San Francisco Bay Area and Silicon Valley. And the Stockton metro area, more than 40% of its neighborhoods are high poverty. They're speckled throughout the city and the surrounding suburbs. Nearly a third of the region's commutes start in these high poverty neighborhoods, and most of them end in a place with lower poverty. In fact, 30,000 of these commutes end in neighborhoods with single-digit poverty rates. For those commuters, most of them are leaving the region altogether. So about just over a third of the commutes that originate in Stockton's high poverty neighborhoods and end in the low poverty area, those neighborhoods are actually located within the Stockton metro area. The rest are going beyond the metropolitan boundaries to find work. See, some are traveling to the north, to the Sacramento region, but the real magnet is to the west in the San Francisco Bay Area and in Silicon Valley. Together, those counties account for nearly 40% of the commute destinations that are originating in Stockton's high poverty neighborhoods. And when we dig into the housing affordability patterns in the origins and destinations of these commutes, it really lays bare and pulls into sharp focus the differences that exist in what's available and affordable to families across and households across these regions. So take, for instance, what the typical rent is in the high poverty origins of the Stockton metro area, and when workers are finding work in lower poverty communities within the Stockton metro area, that's San Joaquin County. The difference between typical monthly rents in those origins and destinations is $600 a month. So it's more affordable by $600 a month in the high poverty origins that these workers are living in. If you move to the west to look to the San Francisco Bay Area and Silicon Valley, that differential grows to $1,000 or more a month. So clearly there are potential cost savings to be had given what the lower rents that the residents of these high poverty neighborhoods are likely paying in Stockton versus what they would be able to find in their low poverty destinations. Once you start to account for the cost of the commute to get to those destinations, it very quickly erodes what these potential savings could look like. So even for those workers who are commuting within the Stockton metro area, the cost of a commute both ways, given the typical distances they're traveling, quickly eats up about half of what could be the cost savings between the median rents in their origin versus destinations. When you move again west towards the San Francisco Bay Area and Silicon Valley, the commute costs quickly catch up to and in many cases eclipse what those potential housing cost savings could be. And I should point out that these estimated commute costs are in a lot of ways conservative because they don't include things like whether or not people are paying tolls, whether or not they have to pay for parking at their destination, whether or not they have to pay for additional childcare to cover the longer hours associated with those commutes, or other personal trade-offs they might be making to make these lengthy commutes. It also doesn't reflect the impact of these trips on the infrastructure and the costs of the infrastructure, nor does it reflect the cost in terms of environmental impacts and implications for climate resiliency and sustainability in the long run. And again, this example that we're looking at is within the California context, which we know has really stark affordability challenges. Yet these same dynamics play out across all different kinds of communities across the United States, urban, suburban, and rural. And it really underscores that if we are to truly build a more equitable future as a country moving forward, we have to come to terms with these spatial inequities that are baked into our employment and housing landscape. These disconnects are creating costs in a lot of ways, both on individual households and workers, and more generally, as we think again about climate and foregone productivity, other implications of having to create these long and conduct these long commutes. What this really calls for is a sort of two-pronged approach that addresses the impacts of these spatial inequities. One, really investing in these high poverty communities to ensure that there are more opportunities within these neighborhoods for people to take advantage of where they live. It also calls for making sure that we're aligning our housing, land use, and economic development policies in ways that ensure that more workers across the income distribution can live closer to where they work and access these areas that are rich in both employment and other types of opportunities. Especially making sure that that's possible without having to have them commute such great distances to get there. Thank you. I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for listening.
And now to end our day, our president, Dr. Marie Price, is going to interview Dr. Carolyn Finney, who will be awarded the Alexander and Ilsa Melamed Medal on Thursday. Marie?
Hi, I'm Marie Price, President of the American Geographical Society, and today I'm honored to have a conversation with Dr. Carolyn Finney, who is an AGS medalist. She is receiving the Melamede Medal. She's a cultural geographer, an environmentalist, and a storyteller, and she lives here in Vermont. So we're taking advantage of a beautiful autumn day to have a conversation. Welcome, Carolyn. It's so nice to have you here.
It's great to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So I've read your work, and I've done a little biographical research, and I came to the realization that we're the same age.
Yes.
And I would imagine that when you were a little girl looking in the mirror, imagining who you would be, becoming a geographer probably wasn't one of your dreams. It certainly wasn't one of mine.
Well, I wasn't, I mean, I wanted to be an actor, I'll be really clear. But the thing is, when I was 9 years old, for a year, there used to be a program, and I don't know if it was Scholastic magazines or what company it was. Every month, I received a box. My parents signed me up for it, and I would get a box, and the box would represent a different country. So the box would come, there would be a booklet that would tell you all about a country, a stamp from the country, a craft from that country. So, you know, I got a box from Ecuador, and it was these beautiful windpipes made from there, and a map of the country. I loved that. I still remember that every year getting that box. I remember what came from Hong Kong. I remember what came from India, the Philippines. I mean, I can still flash back to that. And so that's when I became fascinated with the idea of maps in its real simplest form, in the simplest form. And I didn't even know geography was a thing. I also had a pencil box. It was a yellow pencil box. I haven't thought about this in a long time. That has the United States on top. And if you can learn the capital of each state. Like there's a little windy dial thing. And it's so funny. So I really got into that. So I would say the real fundamentals of geography, you know, where are we in relationship to this other place? What is it like culturally? I was drawn to immediately, but I didn't know geography was a thing.
No, neither did I. And I'm glad I found it. For me, it was travel and a chance when I was young to open up my mind to different places and people and that relationship between culture and environment. Was that similar for you?
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't realize geography was a thing until I was probably 38, 39 years old. And in part because I pursued an acting career for 11 years. Then I took 5 years where I backpack in different parts of the world. I did a backpacking trip around the world, which ultimately changed my life in 1987. I had dropped out of school. So I had dropped out of school, pursued my acting, was thinking about what I might like to do next. Am I going to stay with acting? But I became really interested in the world in a very particular way. And there's a longer story there about why I did that backpacking trip around the world. But when I came back from that, and at the time I was young, I was in my 20s, I had been married. We did that trip together. I came back and thought, what if I could do a trip like that on my own? So I became obsessed with travel adventure, particularly if I could find books by women, but I read everything. Everything about every mountain climber, person who's crossed the desert, who's rowboated around the world, whatever the story was. Sora Wilby, who walked across the Himalayas, or my favorite book of all time is Robin Davidson in Tracks, who crossed Australia with 3 camels and her dog. I became obsessed. And then I'd save my money, and then I spent 6 months in East Africa backpacking. Then I'd come back, and it would take me another 6-8 months to save money. Then I went back to parts of Africa again. Then I came back, and a friend of mine said, why don't you go live in a place? And I picked Nepal. I had been there briefly on the Around the World trip, and I thought, I did some reading, and I thought, I'll go to Nepal, and I ended up staying there for 1.5 years. That was from 92 to 94. And it was during that time I started thinking about how I might go back to school. Because now I'm in my mid-30s. I had never finished my bachelor's. What was I going to go back to study? Because as much as I love traveling and the adventure of it, in the purest sense, I actually wanted to be engaged with the world. So how do I talk about the things that I care about? What does that mean? As I have these amazing experiences at a time where I never saw anybody who looked like me anywhere I went, right? During that 87 to 94, there was that period of time where I was out there in the world in a very particular way. And so at that point I went back to school, but even then I thought I'm just going to get a bachelor's and look for a job. And I did an interdisciplinary degree at Western Washington University at Fairhaven College. Excuse me. And as part of that degree, I did an exchange program to live on a woman's farm in Kenya for 6 months, so I could learn about how women are engaging economically, I went to this was 1995, 96. I went to the women's conference in China that was on that year with a group of women from the Seattle area. That was amazing. And somebody said, you should get a master's. I took a year to work at a drop-in center for the homeless in Seattle that used to be there called Street Outreach Services, thinking maybe nonprofit, but I applied to a bunch of graduate schools. I got into all of them, but, and I always say to people, romance gets in the way a lot. So the guy I was going out with at the time, I wanted to go to American University in Washington, D.C. because I had gotten an internship at the United Nations High Commission of Refugees. And I was really interested in Bhutanese refugees in Nepal because I had spent so much time there and had been at the camps there at the time. And I got in American, but American University didn't give me any money. So I got in everywhere I applied, but they didn't give me any money. My boyfriend at the time was more frugal than myself because I was borrowing anyway. And my last choice had been Utah State University because he'd gotten a job there. But they gave me some money, and they had an interdisciplinary program called International Rural and Community Development. And I thought, because I was looking at international development and women, so I picked that program. And as part of that program for my master's, I spent a semester back in Nepal looking at women in community forest management. It's a longer story. I built relationships over time. So I kind of created these opportunities. And during that time, professors were saying, why don't you get a doctorate? It was not the plan. I just wanted to be out there working in the world around this. But someone said to me, you're a Black woman. If you have a doctorate, that more doors will open up in terms of what you might be able to do in the world. And remember, I come from a really artistic, creative background, and that's actually where I like to stand. I'm most comfortable in that space than I am the, how can I say, sort of the social science academic space. But I love school. So there's a way, I just love learning in its broadest sense. So at that point, this is where somebody said, well, if you go for a doctorate, what are you going to go for? And I didn't think you could get an interdisciplinary degree. This was, I was looking at this in 1998, which is where I wanted to go because I was challenged by the idea that academia often has us siloed, and I wanted to think about how we are all in relationship with each other. And a professor looked at all courses I had taken because I was thinking anthropology. And I had taken GIS, Geographic Information Systems, because what I was interested in was maps and its impact on people and the technology's impact on how people were able to engage and whose knowledge counts. So I was already there in that way. And then he said, you know what, you're taking a lot of courses here that cross-list with geography. And I was like, geography? What's that? And he said, well, it's about human-environment relationships.
And you're like, that's me.
That's me, exactly. That's the moment I was like, ding, ding. So when I applied, I still wasn't looking at programs that did it. I was looking for the people I wanted to work with. And there were 3 women. One of them had been Janet Mommsen, but my first choice was, no offense, because Janet's amazing, was Diane Rochelow, because I loved everything that I read about how she thought in an interdisciplinary way, the way she thought about practice, the way she brought, in the broadest sense, of feminist understanding to how we practice what we do. So it isn't just about how we think about it and how we talk about it and how we write about it, but it's how we do it. How do we walk the talk? And her, I just think she's brilliant. And the way that she just would seem like she'd have an abstract idea and she'd put it all together, but it worked. And I said, well, I think like that. Like I just pull this over here, pull this over here. And the rigor is, how do you make them make sense together, right? Because I think everything's in relation anyway. But so that's why. And my first choice was Clark University. I have to, and I apologize to anybody listening from Clark. I didn't realize what a brilliant program it was. I just wanted to work with her. So when I get my sights on something, I was like,
this is it.
I went and visited, I met a number of others, I got in, and then I got there and then I did my research and I was like, this is the oldest geography program in the country.
A storied department.
Then I got really intimidated. I have to say.
Well, I think you did okay.
Well, the first year there, I was really intimidated because I was one of the oldest students in the department. I was 40 when I started that program. I looked good, but I felt the weight of my lived world experience. How do I bring that to an academic setting? And I had a lot to say. All those years I spent living and traveling abroad and seeing the things that we were talking about, the books were talking about. I was like,
Yeah, I've seen that. I've
seen
lived
that.
that.
And here's the thing, how do we actually talk about that differently? And Diane was so wonderful because she gave me one of the best pieces of advice I got in grad school, which is do what you do and do it well. People may not like what you do, but if you do it well, they'll respect it. Because
I got similar advice, and it served me well.
It served me well because I was very quiet, believe it or not. My first semester there, in classes, I was very quiet, which was not my nature to be quiet because I was so overwhelmed by all the language of academia and of theory and of ways of knowing. And it took me about a year, and I went, oh, because she said it's just like learning a language. She goes, you'll get it.
Right, the terminology.
Right. And I went, oh, about a year in, I said, I get it now. Yeah.
So you use the term radical presence when discussing the role of Black environmental activists, and just the notion of radical presence suggests that Blacks are not often in the environmental conversation. And how does that square with the work you're doing and the voices you're trying to elevate?
Yeah. So I would say it's probably been about 10 years ago in Washington, D.C., there was a showing, an exhibition called 30 Americans. And actually it was 30 African-American artists who showed different aspects of American life through the lens of the Black experience. And they purposely didn't call themselves 30 African-American artists. They said 30 Americans, but they were trying to make a point. And part of my idea of radical presence came from how that show was defined and how I experienced it. And I think this is true for any group of people. And in talking about African-Americans, trying to elevate the understanding that no one operates outside the context of the complications of our lives, including Black people. So if we want to talk about a Black environmental experience, we can't do that historically without looking at slavery, Jim Crow, redlining. I mean, all the things that inhibit the ability of anybody to move in any space. We have to look at those processes. Neoliberalism, we have to look at all of it, right, to really understand the complexity of those decisions. And so when I think about redlining, Jim Crow, and slavery in particular, and I think about the idea of radical presence and the Black experience, that in spite of that, or despite those processes that were in place, and in my opinion, we still live within the legacy, George Floyd, all I need to do is say George Floyd to understand the legacy is still there, the repercussions of that. Those moments in history are still here. That despite that, Black folks have been living very fully, in terms of being in relationship to the environment in very specific ways, carving out their own life. I'm not saying it was easy or hard. I'm not making any judgment on that, but to understand that it's a radical idea to consider. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. I think that some of the ideas of outreach, some of the ideas of well-meaning, predominantly white environmental organizations and institutions that say that we have to reach out to communities of color. We want to, and sometimes that comes from the best place. But sometimes one of the assumptions embedded under there is that they don't have the experience of the environment.
Good point.
Right. And I always want to say, first of all, if you were born, you have an experience of the environment. If you were born and if you're breathing, you have an experience, you have a story. And that assumption gets, then you start to create and build upon this power dynamic that privileges a certain way of seeing and engaging the environment over another's. And even if it's got all that good intention in there, for me, that's really damaging, right? And I'm being really light about it, but it can be really damaging too. And the ability to actually see a group of people collectively as being more proactive, engaged than they actually are. They may not be engaged in the way that you or I engage, but that doesn't mean they're not engaged, right? And it doesn't mean we all don't have things to learn about non-human nature and the environment itself. So radical presence in part was to kind of elevate it to this place of hopefulness, potential and possibility, not always downtrodden and terrible and horrible. We all experience bad things in our lives, and African Americans are one group in this country, but not the only group that have suffered and continues to suffer at the hands of a history that hasn't always seen us fully for who we are and who we can be. So the radical piece in part is to help us to think, people aren't only the bad things that happen to them, right? So their possibility and their potential. I get it that the last chapter in the book, I want to say, I don't want to spend all my time talking about how bad things have been for us, but I have to hold people and processes accountable for how we got here, to really understand the truth of that in the broadest sense. But who we can be, I don't want to just talk about all the bad stuff that's happened to me because I'm Black. Who wants to talk? Or because I'm a woman, or because I'm this or that. That actually, God, that just shrunk me from this to this.
So it reduces your radical presence.
Yes, and it actually reduces our potential collectively, because ultimately we're all in relationship with each other, right? If I think about climate change, if I think about any issues that we are all trying to, maybe not all of us, but many of us are trying to lean into and understand and change. How are we going to do that if we don't have everybody tapping into, you know, their greatest possible vision at this moment?
Right. So the theme of this conference is towards a more equitable future. And it's a theme that I care deeply about, because all of us living and breathing on the planet realize that there's greater and greater social and economic inequality. And to put this in a positive light, what steps need to be taken towards greater equity, and particularly looking at the work you've done with environmentalism? Where do you see the environmental movement in the future, and hopefully greater successes, if there are more diverse voices and actors involved?
Well, one of the things that I often say to folks in environmental organizations, you know, for instance, is around the question of sustainability. What is it that you're actually trying to sustain? You know, I think that, you know, organizations and individuals have to take stock of really where they are, which means that they come from a history. Their mission statement, which may seem really beautiful and wonderful, may be unintentionally exclusive. And there were times in history where it was intentionally exclusive as well. And so it's like you have to dig into the foundation. Lately, I've been saying to people that you may not have to throw out the baby with the bathwater, but you definitely need a new bathtub. Right? I mean, really. And if you're feeling comfortable where you are doing this work, then I say this with the greatest of care, then you're probably not doing the work, because there is nothing comfortable about this kind of change. It's fundamental. It's getting down into the roots of who we actually say we want to be, and what are we willing to risk in order to do that? Because this is about changing power. The idea for me of an equitable future is all about healthy relationship. Our relationships to each other, our relationships to non-human nature. How do you have a good relationship with anybody? I mean, really? That means you got to be really, to pull back some, peel back some onions, tell some truths about yourself, be accountable to that truth, not canceled out. I really have big problems with cancel culture. I understand the impulse, but for me it solves nothing, right? It doesn't hold anybody accountable, and it doesn't give anybody the chance to become redeemable, right? The idea, I believe that all humanity is redeemable, right? And so how do we practice that? That is in part where equity for me is tied into our ability, not just for the people who've done the bad thing, whatever that is, to sort of show up better, but for all of us to show up better. What does it mean for me to still stand in relationship with you? It doesn't mean I even have to agree with you. Equity for me is not about agreement. Equity for me is about a space that allows both of us to show up as whole people and take that step into kind of an unknown future. But we've got our house in order, both individually and together, about how we might want to do that. When we think about, I forgot the group, maybe a week or so ago, I was talking to, it was at Middlebury, and a student asked a question about what kind of solutions we need. And I said, it was a panel of us on stage, and I said, what if we replaced solutions with relationship? We get caught up, I understand why we do it, right? But we jump right to that, often without considering, if we don't have a good vision, how do we think we're going to come up with a good solution? And if we don't have a good relationship, how do we think we're not going to perpetuate those power dynamics that create those inequities as we charge towards that solution, right? Thinking, well, the solution is more important. I'm like, no, actually the solution is not what's more important. This is what's more important, because that's what we should be trying to sustain over the long haul. The solutions will change.
Yep. I mean, it requires a lot more empathy and a lot
Yes.
more listening, which
Yes.
a lot of people are ready to give you the answers. So one of the hallmarks of your work is that you talk and engage with so many different sectors. And this is something the American Geographical Society tries to do too. We talk to people in government and business and academia, and these groups can be quite siloed.
Yes.
But you are very intentional in doing that. And you've advised the National Park Service, corporations, you work at a university. So what drives you to do that?
Ooh, that's a good question. Part of it is my own life, which I can't be easily pigeonholed. You know, people who know me for the last 15 years, they say academic. People who knew me before 2005 were like, you're an actor. Other people say, you were that person who took off and were backpacking all the time. You're that person who grew up on an estate that didn't belong to your family, who and your parents worked on that land for 50 years in this wealthy neighborhood. You're that person. You know, like everyone else, I'm complicated, right? And I like that. For me, it's how do we stand in the complexity of who we are? How do we do that with intention? So it challenges me in my own practice if I'm invited to speak to, you know, I have no real experience in business, but I certainly understand human beings because I'm a human being. That's what I mean, not because I have some special understanding, just because I'm one, right? And so I always come in thinking, well, what do I want to do? My intention is to meet people where they are. So I don't go anywhere unless I'm invited, because people have to own that invitation, because I'm going to talk about some hard things. And then how do I weave together story? I put my own story in there, both to remind us that, you know, I'm just a person, just like you, everyone else, we're just people here. And we're not the same. And so how can I use my story and connect it to a moment in history or a current story in the news or a subject matter? How can I weave it around to give you multiple opportunities to access this in a way that works for you? I'm not trying to force anything on you, but I am trying to offer you a different way and a more expansive way to sort of understand this, that there's room for you. There's room for what you care about. There's room for your ideas and your way of life even. I believe that there's room for it. Doesn't mean those things don't have to shift and change. Mine do. I mean, that's part of living as a human being, is that we have to shift and change, because life shifts and changes. Nature tells us that all the time. You know?
We've certainly learned that in the last year and a half.
Holy, we are still learning. Okay, right? We are still learning, really. We all got thrown for a big loop.
Yeah, indeed. So Carolyn, one of the characteristics of your work is this intentional cross-sectoral engagement. You teach at a university, you advise the Park Service, you advise corporations. So what is it that drives you to work across all these different sectors?
Well, probably the primary thing that drives me is the fact that I've always worked in different sectors, right? I was an actor for a lot of years in the performance field, and among other jobs that I held during that time, I spent 5 years backpacking and got really up into that world in a very particular way before social media. And then I went back to school. And so all of those ways of thinking about, I, without realizing that, was building up this kind of understanding that there's ways that people talk about a lot of the same things, the basic things that we care about as human beings, the idea of love, the idea of, home and belonging, identity, power, privilege. We all these things show up in all those sectors. And so part
Maybe
of
different vocabulary, but they show
different
up.
vocabulary. And what's fundamentally the same is that we're all human beings doing it, even though we're not the same as human beings. So part of my intention is always to meet people where they are. I don't have to know anything about corporation if someone invites me in because they want to have a conversation about diversity, inclusion, equity, environment, place, land, to say, I have a meeting with them usually. They say, so tell me, you're inviting me. I only come if I'm invited, but tell me what you're thinking about and why you wanted to bring me in. I get a sense of what it is they want, and then I fashion together, whether it's a talk they want me to give, whether it's a facilitated conversation, whether it's a workshop, using story, a way to help them think about that as who they are and who they say they want to be. right? So, and at the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter to me. It matters less what they do. It matters more to me what the question is you're asking. What is it? Where are you trying to go? And how I might be able to work with you, get you a little further down the road in the conversation.
That's a good way of putting it, and especially dealing with these complex issues of environment and race and culture and equity.
Yes, well, all of which has always been in play. It's always in play. So sometimes it might be that my role becomes to highlight those for you because you haven't seen them or haven't had to see them because privilege has kind of created a vacuum for you. So you're not realizing that this is all what's going on. And here's how these things are in part connected to what's happening at this moment. One of the, in the last year, 14 months or so, I would say since May 2020, I counted, I've done over 150 virtual. And that's not including writing, I am not including everything, at least, of people asking me to have this conversation. And I always start from where we are right now and where I am. Because part of what's underneath, I'm going to talk about some things, but it's also how do we practice that? Right. And so part of that is you have to be clear about where you are. You have to be present. You have to know where you stand. You can't know who you stand with until you know where you stand. And it's not about judging where you stand because we're all biased. It's about just being clear about that. So you're less likely than to unintentionally, negatively impact someone that you're supposedly saying that you want to work with to do something better. You can kind of come to that more responsibly. And there's something about, I learned this a number of years ago, perhaps because I was an older student, the power, when I was finishing graduate school, the power of when someone asks you a question, the power of being able to say, I don't know, with confidence.
People are afraid to say that.
Exactly. But I saw how it opened up the person who was asking, or the people, or other people going, oh, and she said that like with confidence. Okay, and I can say, well, maybe someone else here, and I would say, well, maybe someone else here knows that, because I hadn't thought about that, but that's a great question. Let's go down this road together. And suddenly it creates space. And so I'm also about how do we create space for new ideas, for the I don't know.
For the I don't know, and there's a lot of that.
And there's a lot of that, and as there should be.
Right.
We live in a life that's changing all the time, every day.
As we were very much reminded since March 2020.
That's right.
And that pivot to you've travel and talk and now going to the virtual presentations, which I would have thought didn't work that well, but I've come to reassess there's some value in the virtual world.
I think there's some value too. I mean, I miss what I find hardest is part of what I feed on is the energy that is mutually created by being in the presence of others.
Right.
And I was actually more exhausted this last year than I was before when I was getting on a plane every week.
Interesting.
Because I was having to create all the energy. And most of the time, not seeing anyone. There might be 300 people, but I'm seeing maybe one.
Right.
And so I have to and I'm creating it sitting down. I'm not standing, I'm not in front of people, and we're not going out and having meals and getting a sense to know each other. I'm not getting a sense of the place we're at, that they live in.
Or getting a reaction.
You're right. There's all of that is not there. So now it's just flying on my own, whatever I'm flying on. And that is finite. That actually without the relationship.
Right. So Carolyn, tell me about the projects you're doing right now.
Well, so you've caught me too in a moment of transition in terms of thinking about how I want to move forward. So this past year, what with George Floyd, and for a series of, I don't know how to call it, just not accidents, but just people coming together at the same time. The New York Botanical Gardens had reached out to me and asked me to do, if I wanted to do a residency there, which I did, but we had to wait till this summer that it could be in person. And one of the things that they said, so what's the next book you're working on? And there's a book that I want to work on that has more of a memoir feel around, I call it, the second half of the title is Geography of a Black Imagination, but to understand and think about race, identity, place, land, belonging through my own story and my parents' story on the land. And as part of that story, and I said, well, I want to work on that book, but the other thing is I want to kind of do a one-woman show. because I love giving talks. I want to combine the performance around this, the storytelling around these issues. How can I do that better? And back in 2016, the centennial year for the parks, I was getting asked a lot of questions about John Muir's relevancy. And at the annual geography conference, a plenary session was put together. Actually, myself, Laura Polito, there were a number of us that had been asked to sit on that and answer the question, is John Muir still relevant? And in my response to that, we were told we had 10 minutes. I prepared for it. I said, instead of just answering a straight answer, I kind of created this sort of slightly more theatrical response to it. Taking one of John Muir's works and imagining what if a black woman had written it. So I'm going to rewrite it and take some quotes and compare the quotes to the two, how they might have experienced the landscape at that time and how they would have experienced it differently because of who they are. And then imagining what if I was in a conversation with him and I wrote a scene with John Muir and I made it kind of funny about what if he and I were to talk and meet, what that was. And so when I said this to them, they said, well, why don't you, if you're working on that, why don't you do a reading here? Make that part of your 3-week residency. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this, and I'm trying to tell you this in the shortest fashion possible. In 2019, I had been invited to speak at the Telluride Film Festival, and the theme was around environmental films. So there was all these filmmakers and it was amazing in Telluride. But the theme was equity that year. So they invited myself and Robin DiAngelo and a bunch of other folks who talk about these things to talk about this to this largely film-based audience. And there was a filmmaker in the audience who I didn't meet at that time, who reached out to me last summer, named Irene Taylor, who has won Emmys for her documentary films, and said she's been commissioned to do a film for HBO on trees and people's relationship to them. So what she wants to do is tell singular stories of different species of tree, but real people. So one of the stories she will tell is of the Weyerhaeuser family, who made a lot of money off timber. But she said what she realized after listening to the talk that I gave where I said whose story counts, and I showed images of where I grew up and kind of leaned into some of the stuff I talk about all the time. She said she had no story in there for African Americans, and she reached out to me. We had a Zoom conversation. She said, can you help me think about that? And I said, well, you know, it might seem obvious to tell a story about lynching and black people and trees. And she said, well, but I'm not the person to do that. And I said, and we're not just the bad things that happen to us. So I told her the story of how my father had given my mother for their 40th wedding anniversary a weeping cherry tree that they weren't able to take with them when they had to finally move off the land, the property. She loved the story so much, she decided she wants to tell the story about my family and the sweeping cherry tree. And the whole thing sort of snowballed over the year of, you know, New York Botanical Gardens. How could we get access to this estate? There's a conservation easement on the estate now. So building relationship with the Westchester Land Trust and finally the new owners. It all culminated back in July of all of us descending on the estate. Now, I hadn't been on the estate in 18 years because I had no access of the estate where I grew up. And the HBO film crew filming that, as well as the president of the Westchester Land Trust, as well as a young forester who basically did all the work of replanting this new tree. And there's a whole story in there. Coming off that and me doing the readings, because I was thinking, well, I'd love to take this. I'd end up telling this fuller story of who my parents were and who my family was on this land, and raising larger questions about race, inequity, and our history here in this country and how we move forward with that. Thinking maybe I'll ultimately take this around. I'll work with a director. I'll think about what it means to tell these stories more fully. But in the last 2 months since I've been doing that, and I've done it about 2 weeks ago, I did it in New Hampshire, I realized I don't want to necessarily stand up there and tell a story of myself for an hour and 10 minutes. That's actually not what I do. I do bring my story into it, but I'm more excited about my story in relationship to your story, in relationship to other stories, and how we kind of show up in that. And I'm actually getting a little tired of using the foundation of the estate I grew up on as the story that I tell. My primary impetus for going back to college, there was 2 things I was thinking. One, I really wanted to think more deeply about ideas of social inequity and difference and belonging and land and all that kind of stuff. But the other was that I wanted to tell the story of, I spent 5 years backpacking around the world at a time where I couldn't see anybody else who looked like me doing it. And I saw a lot of people writing books about that. And a couple of years ago, the feminist writer Bell Hooks said to me, when she was getting to know me, she lives in Kentucky, and I told her I did all this stuff. And finally she looked at me and said, that's the Eat, Pray, Love I want to read. When are you writing that? Before Eat, Pray, Love was written, because I also did it because I was trying to save a marriage. Like it just, when I saw that, Eat, Pray, Love, I went, oh my God, that's like, I'm from the, like, there was a lot of similarities there. And so I want to use, there's something about that story that I can use that to still have these conversations. Because I have to keep it fresh for me. I'm actually, I don't want to get stuck in that I'm saying the same thing in the same way, because nothing stays the same. Right. So how am I evolving? And I want to be in service to the ideas and the potential and the practice and the praxis, not just in service to myself. Having said that, you know, I'm going to just own the fact that there's personal healing, you know, around this work about living in a world that may not have ever fully seen me as having value, or people who look like me, and broadly, people who are just seen as different. So this doesn't have to be about race. It can be about a whole lot of differences that we don't necessarily recognize in the way that different kinds of people show up in the world. And so I want to be in service to that. And how do I take the risk? How do I do the thing that I ask others to do? You take a risk in order to gain, instead of taking a risk in order to hang on to what you already have. So I'm not interested in simply hanging on to what I already have at this point, but thinking about how am I willing to leap into this sort of unknown? And as I was driving here to this beautiful place today, I was thinking, you know, it may be time for me to take a chunk of time and get out there in the world again, and stretch my own learning and talk to people and hear new stories and think of myself as a 61-year-old woman out in the world, a 61-year-old Black woman out in the world, a 61-year-old Black woman who's an African American in the world, and all those things, all those labels. But also, what does it mean to see the world now through the lens of the place where we live now, with all the things that I've come to learn and know, but are still trying to understand? And how do I share that? Is it through writing? Is it through talking? Is it through all of it? And also the question of self-care, because this work, for me, around equity, social justice, is exhausting. And if you are bringing your whole self into it, burnout is real.
Right, you have to nourish yourself.
Emotional labor is real. And a lot of people have been telling me, who know me well, said, you are tired. And I said, yeah, I can tell I really am. You know, I'm also really passionate about it. And it's also tied to how I make a living. So I need to be, it's all in there. And I said, so how do I keep it fresh so that I can bring that when I'm in a relationship with somebody else to do this work? So what's next?
I think there's the advice that I received as a young graduate student was there's always value in going back to places. So maybe in your return with new eyes and a whole lot of experience and wisdom, not only will it be a journey of self-discovery, but a journey of rediscovering places that you probably hadn't thought about in a long time.
Yes, I love that, right. And so therefore rediscovering myself, and also rediscovering who we all are collectively, who I thought we were, you know, and how much I've learned from so many different kinds of people and so many different kinds of places, actually. In my life, I've been really privileged to have that opportunity in a way that my parents never did, you know, so.
Well, Carolyn, thank you for your time. Congratulations on receiving this medal, and keep on doing what you're doing so well.
Well, thank you for the honor. And I say this, trying not to get emotional, but to be acknowledged and to be affirmed, because I've also found that sometimes a world doesn't know how to see you and hold what it is you do as having value. And I think everybody wants a little bit of that. So I so appreciate being here and being upheld in relationship with all of you as geographers.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie and Carolyn. That was really inspiring. That concludes our day for Tuesday. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.